good hello and welcome to Last of the Summer Elves, Part 2. It's the 19th of October 2024, I am Viktor the GM, and I think that's everything I say in my intro, so here are the players.
Oh, I'm first this time. Hi, I'm Sean. I'll be playing Falkwin, the mystical speaker who keeps a magic ally.
Hi, I'm Kalli. I'm playing Ignysera, who's a dragonfolk warrior who bears a halo of fire.
The reveal!
Mm.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Chris. I'm playing Nori, a half-elf explorer who likes to infiltrate.
And usurp.
So
Well.
sneaky, he stealths in there. and I'm
Change
and I'm
places!
Alexander.
Sorry.
And I'm Alexander, and tonight I'll be playing Lockheart Dourf, who's an empathic speaker, exactly the sort of person you want interpreting the law.
Excellent. Seamless. That's what I like. Seamless.
This is all going nuts to me. People were dropping in, out. Is it my street right?
No, everything's fine. Everything's fine. There is no war in Bassing.
Chaos! I'm back!
That's it.
My Roll20 is going absolutely crazy. Every time I open the side pane, the map sort of flickers. You can probably see the light through my camera like flickering. That's literally the map deciding to like go big and small at about a rate of
If you zoom
more than once a second.
in a little bit to the map, so that like the map overlaps the window, it should stop that.
Yeah. Actually, zooming out to where the map is like
All
fully
visible as well.
contained in the window. Yeah, that
Yeah.
worked.
For some reason, it doesn't like that middle ground.
Mm.
A lot of it depends on what browser you're on as well. But most things run on
Yeah.
the Chrome framework these days, so it shouldn't.
I am on Firefox.
Which also is on work now, does it not?
No, it doesn't.
Does it not? I thought everything
Yeah.
these days.
Firefox is like the only one that still uses its own engine.
Right.
And it is filled with bugs in certain websites. Roll20 is so far the second one that I've had trouble with. Unsurprisingly, Google Docs is the only other one that I ever have trouble with
It
Firefox.
specifically
on.
doesn't like Firefox because of, well, we know Google.
Yeah.
But no, Roll20 also doesn't like Firefox, just FYI. Most people that I've RP'd with have had trouble with it.
Yeah.
So having a cheeky go for it is probably easier. But anyway, so enough about browsers.
This is the opposite of branded content. These are the things that I hate.
Yeah.
Other browsers are available. It might work.
The stream anti-sponsored by Mozzarella.
Yep.
Mozzarella Foundation. Mozilla Foundation.
Yes, mozzarella the fire fox.
Mozzarella cheese.
Do not burn your foxes. But yes. Anyway, good hello, and what do you remember from last time? Chris, take it away.
I wasn't here.
Yeah, exactly. So you have the most objective
That's what I
view.
remember.
The most objective view.
There was a decision made, or we were about to make a decision about where we were going next and how we were going to get there. So half a session, we'll get it, we'll leave the city.
I remember us trying to make the decision. I actually don't remember what the decision was.
I don't think so.
Us discuss travel plans for most of the session? Never.
We're going to the short mountains.
Mm-hmm.
We decided.
Goodness,
And there was lots of conversations about people that I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there was lots of conversation with my friend and mentor Sira, played by Sandra Oh.
Yes, played by Sandra Oh.
Who is very important, who was basically calling in a favour because I owe her quite a big favour.
And what favour is that?
We're
Well,
bird feathers.
she did help us to acquire some materials that we weren't supposed to have access to in the Arcanatrix at that point in time, and we were basically replenishing the stocks with other ingredients of equal value.
I love that it's not just to have the stocks, but it's so that she can then use them. Like,
Yes, yes.
like
Well, I mean,
yes, I'm checking these in, but I'm also then going to be checking them out in 2 minutes while I need them officially.
But But at least she has the authority to check them out.
Yes. She is working on her way of, towards becoming a master wizard, who is actually then able to officially teach at that college, the Arcanatrix itself.
Mm. So there was a feather from some sort of house-sized bird that lives in the mountains, I think.
Oh, I can tell you the whole list because it wasn't just one feather.
Aha.
You have to
Mhm.
get
5 of them.
5 feathers.
3 calling birds.
5 feathers
And a
from a
partridge.
Ava raptor.
Yep, an
Bird.
Adept bird. Yep.
Got it. 5 eggshells from King's best friend, Lizard,
So it's
from the Secret Secret
like-
DLC area.
3 eggs worth of eggshell.
Oh, okay.
Yep,
Got
so-
that wrong.
So it's 3 eggs, because
3
obviously you won't necessarily get 3 perfect eggs, right? They don't want live eggs. Just need the egg shells.
Challenge accepted.
Okay,
All
3
right.
bite.
Who wants omelette?
Mm-hmm.
And root and petals of a lunar bloom, also known as night bloom,
And for
Maybe
that, we're
in-
going to go.
Odin Hall,
Well, they were, but
maybe,
they were with a person at Loudon Hall, and we suspect.
or dark hot high places. Sin? Question mark.
Those sound like my kind of notes. Yes.
Yeah.
So yes, Syrah said that the lunar blooms have all been noted to either be in dark places, hot places, or high places, or all 3. And we know that the darkest, hottest, highest place is probably the volcano Sin sits above. Sin being the city that the devils, but it used to be an old city of Ironroot elves, because the Ironroot elves gifted pretty much the land of Caldera to the devils.
Did Sarah say not give one of them to somebody? Back in Arc 2.
Sir Ethan asking if he gave up to somebody.
Because he was growing them, wasn't he?
He did, but he trimmed one that was going to affect the rest of the plant, and it had a discussion about the plant being a weird hive mind. And people made connections going, is that like the Fae? Is this a weird parallel for ... There's all these conversations back in Arc 1. This is why you still kind of weren't sure if the mayor was the problem of the town. Because he was a vampire and he was dying. It was like, actually no, vampire is the reason people die. So... but no, they called it a night bloom back then, hence why it's got this alternative name. They're by lunar blooms and Arcanatrix. They're very, very, very to grow, maintain. And I think Siritain said exactly the same thing. They're very difficult to maintain. They need like good access to moon, apparently, as well. That wasn't something Syrah said. Even it's called the lunar bloom. So yeah. And the plant itself seems to be quite one entity rather than individualistic. That has already well exceeded my botany knowledge, so no more questions. Yes, those are the 3 things effectively that you need. So 5 feathers, 3 eggs worth of eggshells, and petals of the bloom. And then that is to work on. Do you remember what, Falkwin? What's Syrah working on? Because you definitely took notes about your personal side quest.
I should start taking such notes.
Even just maybe headlines. So she's working on the
pebble.
So she's working on the Abridac equation, which is about almost perfect magic. So self-sustaining magic being an example of perfect magic, where it doesn't need more magic to sustain it. So things like that could lead to a floating pebble, for example, or a skyship, or a city floating, or any number of horrible war crime level weapons. But primarily could lead to really, really cool, revelations. So yeah, that's the Abridac. That is a reference to character from another game who was called Racira Abradicus, who his whole thing was he made a pebble float, and that's how he got into the super secret magic city. Because they were like, this is amazing, this is like the most cleanest magic we've ever seen. And he's like, I just like rocks.
They just like rocks.
Yeah, and this one floats, and it's floated his whole life. So they were like, yeah, in you come, buddy. But also I like the idea that it's a thing about, again, very much it doesn't matter how big the spell you're doing is, it's the fact that is the underlying magic elegant, efficient, useful, blah blah blah. So, yes, and the Abradak equation in this world is something that the Arcanatrix would have been studying since it existed, basically. The idea of doing the perfect spell, or, you know, the easiest magic, ultimately. Think of a city that could essentially, like, have permanent light spells to help crops, etc. Even defensive shielding that doesn't need topped up because you've made it effective, etc. So many applications. Problems. But that's another reason why it's like if you can make any kind of progress that feels like it moves the equation on significantly, then you've got your name in a very important book in the Arcanatrix. Stuff like Grandmaster Gamble, who's in charge of the Arcanatrix, would absolutely love it if someone under his command made a, like, I did this, would be his like whole thing of, through my leadership alone has the progress been made in the Abradak equation, and then would then stand aside and let people see Sierra, like, and this is who did it with my guidance. And eventually, after she showboated a bit, she'd stand aside and go, and Falkwin did a lot of legwork for me, so also can he have a footnote somewhere? How big it is, wizard diploma. So, yeah. So yes, anything else you guys think Chris needs to know about last session, or anything that was discussed last time around? And likewise, if Chris, you got any questions, please ask. I was going to say please answer. I don't know how you'd manage that. Please ask away.
What else? The names of things, but we did that.
So we had the angelic names that you've learned about 3 of the devils. Which, I don't know if we...
No, as I said, I watched everything back, so... all good, just...
We never said those names on stream this week, did we? So we've got Pride as Aeondros, we've got Sloth as Aelas, got Envy as Euben. That was the names that you had learned from Branel. Beyond that, Branel also just reiterated like their kind of, I guess, journey they'd been on, their loss, their ruling, their... People seem to like Branel back in the day, seem to have been quite a well-liked king. He spoke about the fact that he left out his like lifekin partner, and they probably died hating him because they were probably alone till they died, given that all of the Iron Roots like got messed up because of the big ritual. So they just mostly held a lot of guilt about that, and are kind of eager to pass on themselves when they eventually do, because then they feel like they'll be reunited and they can then make their apologies in the afterlife. Or at least in whatever form they've came back in, because, you know, by that point the soul would have come back from their lifekin partner and be somewhere else in the grand cycle now. So, mostly I think...
The only thing that
that
didn't come across was, what's he expecting of us? Is he expecting Evan, or is it just an introduction?
I mean, Hannah mostly volunteered you guys, to be honest. Like, Hannah are very typical, oh, we can definitely help with what you need, because then we'd learn more. But he never specifically said he needed her help. Just that if she was to help, it would be better than getting in his way. Which was a very polite way of saying, you could help, because the alternative wouldn't go well. But I didn't say like being indifferent, because I mean,
yeah,
he didn't seem.
But he hasn't given us a challenge. He hasn't given us a mission.
No. But you do know that his kind of overall goal is to essentially tear back every soul that was used to keep the Fae out. could be frowned upon by many people currently living in the world. Fae-free. Or at least
Okay.
relatively fae-free. As I said, you guys harbour a small secret.
No idea what you mean.
Exactly, yeah,
no
exactly.
idea what you mean.
There is no war in Bassingsea. So, I think with that degree then, like, as we were saying, I think it makes sense that Ignysera just has at some point during that 2 weeks earned your trusts enough to, like, have been told that, by the way, sit down, here's a glass of water, give me the sharp things, and we may or may not have Fae currently injured and we're trying to find ways to keep them alive, and they're also a good Fae and please don't stab us. So there was probably that conversation, at least that way it then removes a bunch of barriers for RP purposes. Not that I think you're going to completely ditch this fetch quest and go on a let's help Chiral quest, but that is still on the goals list somewhere, is to help Chiral. Because we've got currently on our goals list, which does still need updated, we've got try and help Chiral, eat the rich, learn about Sandra's death, which you have done and have had XP for. What happened to Master Amblin? Visit the moon. We love that. We then go learn more about Bran and El, the First Blade. What happened to them? Pretty much done that, really. But there's still more I think Hannah wants to learn. All the question marks with Ciri Thane. And then Farron diplomacy question mark, which probably isn't relevant anymore. So that was the list that needs updated.
Yeah. Farron diplomacy is now kind of folded into Bran and El's questline, I guess.
Yeah. But it doesn't mean he's got every Farron, right? Just the ones that were in the city. And as we learned we learned in the third story arc from Greed that Caldera, Devils, has seen a lot of Farron attacks over the years. So while they might not be that common elsewhere, they seem to be common there. So there could still be thousands more Farron. Even if there were a significant bunch in, obviously, Cascade City that particular day. So yes, it's something that could still have a bit, because let's face it, these are all super hyped to go fight another Farron, right? Right? No, they want to.
One?
Was one not enough? Like, yeah, I know some of you have hit tier 3, but bloody hell, it's scary times.
We don't have our tank anymore.
What do you mean you don't have your tank anymore?
Yeah, we've got Nori back.
Myr'ra, the tank. I mean, it would be hard not to think of like Ignysera as capable looking as Riven. I don't think Ignysera is as tall as Riven though, because who the fuck was? Like, what height is Ignysera again?
Like just over 6 foot, probably.
Yeah, like so. I believe big buff dragon lady, right? So. Yeah.
Wait, is she a warrior?
Mm-hmm.
Ah, for some reason I thought she was a caster. Sorry. I'm very on top of things, as you can tell.
It feels like Falkwin though, so
I guess.
just method acting.
Magic.
It's almost like Falkwin feels like Sean.
I think Falkwin's kind of distracted with the Alu Ben kind of name tagging going on here. Is just a bit close.
Yeah. Is she like the second cousin twice removed of some devil or something?
Perhaps you'll just have to wait and find out.
Hey Alu, are you the second cousin twice removed of one of the devils?
Now that you mention it, let me tell you my backstory. Please pay $9.99. EA Sports is in a game.
Did we not just get that for the Dragon Island? Is that what
it's all microtransactions from now on. That's
Dinosaur Island.
But yes, so I think that's probably the highlights, right? I'd see if my notes have got anything else that I wrote down, but I don't think there was.
The only other thing I was thinking, the life gem things.
Yes. Did you remember that part, Chris? The soul gems?
Sorry, Soul gems, they
The
are
ra-
all
the-
from 1 or 2, half a dozen maybe souls, rather than being one soul per gem.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to add, Alexander?
And they're reflecting. Did I get that right? They're reflecting
Like
the
refracting,
soul
like
of
as
the
if
people.
it's like 20 of these stones could all be from one person. Is the way it looks, but they've not really got a good read on it yet. It's just their current working hypothesis. Alexander, anything else you wanted to add to that?
The Fae had a queen.
Yep, that was mentioned.
And there was also just some stuff about the what was it, Mirage?
Yes, Gold Leaf City.
Gold Leaf City being spooky.
Oh, and we all love and swore allegiance to Estelara. That's what happened.
I don't think that's true at all.
No, I think very much quite the opposite.
I think there are questions. She's not, again, she hasn't done us any harm.
No. In fact, protected you guys.
So,
the inquest is in its early stages.
exactly. Going back to the gems.
Yep.
Did anybody ask whether or not these were just transmitting or can they be used for receiving? Remember, I'm kind of a spy, and I kind of think we've just brought a lot of spies in the camp reporting on everything. And it's a good way of invading.
This
If you've got a
wasn't
lot of vision.
asked because it was Master Duell that they were talking to.
Ah, yes, of course.
Yep.
Yes.
And between him
Yep.
and Philip, they seemed busy.
Yes.
Definitely not my favorite PC so far.
No.
So
we'll meet him again soon, I guess.
Remind me again the name of the master. That's the little frazzled old guy that everyone thinks is a bit weird, who told us that the soul gems are all refractions.
So that's Master Duell.
Duell, yes.
Yes.
And he told us that Master Amblin, who is the master of Moonguy, right, was
Yeah.
working on something related.
He said that he was.
Crystals.
Yeah, he said that it's the
Crystal guy.
Yeah, who's the one that has been wandering to the moon, according to his apprentice. And his apprentice is called Halcyon, and he is based in Loudonhall. It's okay, it's all getting tracked by somebody. Yeah. Any other questions?
Who's making the decision about where we're going first?
Well, it's been done. As I said, it's the short mountains. It was definitely voted on.
Short mountains.
Yeah, head to the dwarves. So, based on that, what are you actually doing to make these plans? Doing what?
Horses are available, I take it.
I mean, I feel like given your connections in the capital, yeah, it's fairly reasonable, so long as you promise not to eat them this time.
Did you eat the horses?
Not
None
we.
of us.
And I don't want to speak ill of somebody that's not here.
It's the easiest time to
But
do
in
it.
crow
though.
form,
Yeah.
Myr'ra, not again.
Yep. So yeah, Myr'ra, like, while riding to try and save Riven's wife, rolled a 1, thus crowed out, and then ate the horse because it was the nearest creature. Then eventually caught up to the party and helped fight against the Ferran. So.
and then was saved by a cuddle.
Yep.
Aw.
Nori did the cuddle of calm. It's like, sun's getting awful low, Myr'ra.
Yeah. Aw.
Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep.
Exactly.
It was a nat 20 on the grapple as well, was it not? Something like that?
Oh, someone, yeah.
Oh dear.
That's an amazing mug.
I know. Fey power.
Wings.
Into the background.
Just pluck it out of the narrative. But yes, anyway, so
I mean, I take it we can't go and visit the monastery.
good, yeah. It's on the way.
Just name drop, like, just to try and get some place to rest.
Yeah, you could easily go and rest at the monastery. They'd probably let you in as long as you're willing to sweep a floor on the day. Up. Do you know what I mean?
Is their idea to kind of go into the short mountains?
So obviously the official route, the route the dwarves would use to come to Cascade City would be down that mountain slope towards the city. And it is a trade path. So there is travel that way. It is not, obviously it's not super safe, but it's also probably the safer option. The other option you had was going to Voros and then seeing if you can try and get the secret passages that were used for the refugees from Caldera. They came over the short mountains. But obviously the less people out those, the better. It would be weird for you to walk up and talk to all the dignitaries, be like, yo, we're here to use those super secret shortcuts where you allow people to escape Caldera. Yeah.
That sounds like us.
Yeah. That one,
I like
please.
that. Lockhart, you're up.
I mean, you have
But
also
we-
met Margot, the queen. So there is that.
We were hoping to stop in Voros. Maybe talk to Katie?
Katie and Saritin.
Yeah.
Because the assumption is that they are there.
That
That is
we're
the
assuming.
working, yep. Because they're obviously Katie was told he's no longer mayor of Loudenhall because he's been mayor for possibly like a century. Like, it's like you can't still be mayor. It's like, but people like me. Doesn't matter. It's not how the system works. It should be, but it's not.
But if we can try and find some birds on the way, I think that would probably help. So if we need to get into the mountains a bit first.
Yeah, so obviously Voros is at the foot of the mountains at that side,
Mhm.
not a million miles away from Evershade's vibe. Call wonderful Evershade. So, yeah, and then that's got the path up that way. But again, that is a harsh path to the mountains that way. It's not easy. It's not designed to look easy either. It's very dangerous. Like, for example, not all refugees made it. Whereas the actual official trade routes in and out are travelled every day.
I feel like we start with the
Which
trade
means that-
routes.
Yeah.
We
I mean,
ask
so-
about like who's lost any caravans recently to giant bird attacks. Oh, up that way, better avoid that.
Yes.
It would be good to go in with info. Yeah.
Okay,
So
what
if there's
info would you
places
like?
where. Oh, I mean like, go like, yeah, basically exactly what Scott just said. Did I just call you Scott? Sorry, Alexander.
I wish I was Scott.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm glad you're not.
Brain
One
is-
is enough.
Brain is dysfunctional. Yes. Basically that. Like we're looking for the big scary birds. So it would be nice to find other people who have encountered them rather than us sort of braving the wild paths and hoping to find one instead of one of the other horrors that probably lives there. So it'd probably be good to go somewhere that, like, with paths that people actually are traveling that might be endangered by them.
Yeah. It's also a much longer route to go to Voros.
Mm.
While
On
it
the
is
other hand-
climbing up into the capital for the dwarfs, you're there because it's been designed to make it a trade route. You'd have to travel the foot of the mountainside all the way along, all the way across Denk, to get to the back end of Denk, to get to Voros, to then maybe not even make it into the paths. Just keep in mind that Riven and Hedera and Talanis are the people that helped, with Margot's help, made those refugee routes. Because Hedera crossed those refugee routes to get into Voros in the first place. So that's why those exist. not many people in Voros probably know about them. So, these are going off the back of yous and know that Riven told you these exist, rather than yous actually knowing them that well. So, had Riven still been here, it would have been a very sensible idea having the person who helped create them navigate. But as we know that they're in some kind of unknown vacation with their wife, doesn't leave Talanis. And I don't know if Talanis would, she might, but she trust you guys to keep it secret? Maybe. Like, you did help.
On the other hand, it would be nice to talk to Katie and Sarithane, especially if we think Sarithane might either have or know how to get the night blooms. But yeah.
Yep.
I think we're so close to the mountains at the moment. I think we start with the bird. And we leave Katie and the night blooms for. We're going kind of that way. But once we're in the mountains, we can head.
Well, I mean, climbing down mountains is always easier, right?
Yeah, and Myr'ra can just kind of gaze over.
Yeah, I'm fine.
But I think there's probably mileage in seeing if we can find anyone just in Cascades that might, any big bird hunters that might know, a good place to start. Might just help get a little bit of information before we leave the city.
So, where would you like to look for these people?
My first thought was the Arcanatrix, which would be easier if we had a wizard. But
I mean, technically, Falkwin's a wizard in making.
Yeah, I don't have my papers yet, but
yeah. But you might just know where the zoology department is. That's a good start. We can just kind of see if we can find.
It's probably not Master Duell, so you can rest assured that it's probably not his department.
He talks to butterflies. You never know.
Does he though? Like.
He speaks to them.
Yeah, it speaks to them.
Yeah.
Like, it goes in at least one direction. Possibly also at most one, but
This is when it's Philip that's the ventriloquist. But yes, like
Lost in translation. That's why he seems so mad.
just so confused all the time. Yeah. But yeah, you could take that route if you wanted. What is it you would be looking to learn specifically?
Location first, I think. Just what's some good spots? We go in looking for the highest peak and then find out actually no, they live down at the foothills or something. Just give us a little bit of starter information.
Then, who wants to roll? Gaining this info. Who would like to roll?
I'll do it.
Okay.
Um.
And what have you got that helps?
Well, I'm looking for natural laws, obviously.
The laws of nature.
I'm literally trained in the laws of the land. Damn it, it's in the sky.
Birds. On the land you may command, but in the sea it's me. That's a line from the Penguin from the 66 Batman. Lives rent-free in my...
Whoever's going to roll for this, I'm going to.
Oh, you're not going to be an enabler. That's for a physical task. What, you're going to just force his head into books?
He's going to be flicking. Come on, paper cuts.
He's going to be thinking, and on some level, that's physical.
Yes!
Like, on the most scientific level, it's all physics. Nah, sadly, that's if you were trying to get him, over the fence.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I never read it again.
You know I'd give you if it worked. You know I would.
Yes, I know you would.
Just hit him with your sword till he gets the answer.
Is that how you use this? I've never used the sword before.
It's the sword of +1 learning.
Pretty sure that's how teachers 50 years ago used to do things.
Oh, that's optimistic. That far back.
You don't know my age, do you?
Does Falkwin have
I remember
anything
those
that
days.
could get these answers, since we're asking the Arcanatrix? What are your skill sets? And keep in mind, this is open for the group as well, so obviously, Kalli, if Ignysera has a skill set that might come up here, that's okay too.
I mean, Falkwin has the infamous inability with charm, persuasion, and deception.
Okay, so if you're not
So-
looking to
Love
charm, like if you're not looking to do that, what are your other skills?
Yeah. Mm,
Also, can you remind me, see from your magic ally abilities, what level is Aluben?
oh,
Because I keep meaning to say this to you. I don't know if we had this conversation offline at some point, but Aluben counts as like whatever the companion rules or whatever they're called are. I can't remember the exact terminology, but the level they are is the number of skills they come preloaded with.
ah.
That.
100.
I want to say it's 3 or 4. I think she might be 4.
3. She's 3.
She's 3. So you have 3 more. I think I'm thinking 4 because she comes with a free skill as a magic ally, which is what we've made alchemy. I think she gets that at level 4. But she should have 3 level 3 skills.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
So I would recommend making probably one of them about magic items, since that's your specialty. So having someone also trained in that probably useful. I'd recommend maybe the other one might be about crafting, like blacksmithing-esque or jewellery work or something like that. Probably something interesting or intricate that way, because if you're making magic items, it's nice to have the item as well. And then obviously dealer's choice, but you can pick all 3 if you want. Those are just my recommendations based on how I've played her. But that was something I meant to say ages ago about companion rules, because it's randomly in a part of the book that I'm like, oh, that's probably something I should remember. She technically has other skills. Because isn't that clear? She comes preloaded than the one that's special because she's a magic ally, which is her alchemy. So yeah, to think about that. Obviously, I would say maybe I'm calling bullshit if you would say specifically the avian, nature of the short mountains, but but yeah, that's just something else to pad out her resume. But
Yeah.
anyway,
Maybe she really likes dinosaurs.
I mean, she might. Do you know what I mean? She definitely might.
I mean, so I guess if we're going somewhere that we know how, like, that Falcon would know how to get to,
Okay.
I guess that's fine. But if we're trying to acquire information that we're not meant to have, then Falcon's not super useful there.
Well, I don't see it as
I
necessarily
think,
something
yeah.
we're not meant to have. We
Yeah.
just don't have it.
Yeah.
So we just want to talk to people.
Also, Sarah didn't say that the birds were like endangered. She didn't say that you're trying to kill one. She just said they're incredibly dangerous because they could pick up a cart and volley it off a cliff wall. But I did say that they couldn't then be used to lift carts as a mode of transport. They're not that strong. They're just strong enough to get like an adrenaline surge, grab something and smash it.
But like how? Oh god,
Well,
there's some real life bird that picks up small mammals and smashes them on the ground and then eats them.
Gaeptus barbatus,
Ah.
also known as the bearded vulture. I did a significant part of my degree on it.
Verbatim by Alexander.
They break up bones. They can actually get more like nutrients from a bone than they can just from regular meat.
Wow.
But yes, like again, what are your skills? What seems like it comes to the top? What have you got? What's the most relevant skill to learning about dwarven birds?
I can just ask people, and I'm pretty good at just talking to people.
Yeah.
I think we got a decent chance there.
But just in case MD has a relevant skill, this is the time to look at your sheet and go, this is now the time to shine. If you don't, that's fine. Have Lockheart do his thing, because he is literally the silver-tongued one. Or not quite literally.
Unless you put him through a teleporter.
Kissed by a fae, you say?
I don't think I have anything that will help.
I don't remember what skills you picked, but I don't remember any of them being specifically like dwarven. Jason.
No. And they're all to do. It's all fighty stuff.
That is good to hear.
Yeah.
Like, I'm glad. 'Cause someone needs to save us from a bird.
Oh no.
Yeah. Hopefully it's not like in Magic where if you fight something that's flying as a ground thing, you just can't do anything and you just die.
Depends on how long your arms are, I guess, in this game. So, Alexander, looks like you're up. You have the time.
We were in the Arcanatrix, I think.
Yeah, like it's also you're still in Cascade City. Like I don't necessarily think you've left the Arcanatrix. You could still be there.
Yeah, that's actually where we finished. So just sort of finding, unless Falkwin does know which way to the rare birds.
As I said, probably could navigate you towards that place. Technically, Myr'ra is also here and was the librarian, or at least one of the archivists here. So could also direct. So we know that you can get there. That's not. There's no gating there. You have your library card though.
Have you seen my 6-foot tall friend here?
Yes.
Falkwin's probably got a library card.
I'm only kidding anyway about that. That was mostly for the gating joke. Yes, so you find your way to one of the libraries in the Arcanatrix.
Just being like coming to a librarian or a sort of worker, so I can speak to people. I can't speak to books.
Not yet. Let me see. I need a name for somebody. Let me get some names. Out of all the races that are in the game that are on this continent, what's the librarian thinking? Strong feelings about.
So do we have any
Bronze
more
bark.
sapien?
Maybe.
I just want the orangutan from.
Yeah. I mean, it could have been someone that made a deal, right? Could have been.
Dragon. Could be a dwarf.
I feel that's a bit on the nose, isn't it, for what you are asking? No, I think a bronze bark's fine. As well. Just kind of stacking the Arcanatrix with bronze bark elves at this stage.
Yeah, see it as a bronze bark as well, isn't she?
Yeah, she is.
Maybe some diversity.
I mean, it could have been a Silverthorn elf. We've not got Snowstorm. So, could be a dragon, could be a Helborn, could be human.
Could just be a born human. Yep.
Likewise, could be a refugee from the other side of the other continent, right? It could be from Felix. It's just unlikely. Could be an orc, could be Saurian, or could be a very strong Rakishan. It's just going to be a Rakishan.
Although a cat person to help us find a bird.
Mm-hmm. I love that you should sail all the way across to Felix to be like, right, these are the experts in capturing birds. What are we thinking?
And just ask the Solar Emperor how good of a mouser he is.
Can you do that in the sky? Okay. It's Elmbeak. It's an amazing name. Elmbeak. Okay, so I think it's probably going to be a Silverthorn elf since nobody's got any strong feelings other than with elf. So, a relatively rare. So, librarian, Silverthorn, elf. It's gonna be. Oh, that's cool. So we're gonna. So her name is Heligith. It's Helegith. No, Silverthorn.
Is that what happened when we asked who was invading the other game?
Yep.
Oh, it's Heligith.
Heligith everywhere. Or as it turns out, like the 1? Like, yeah, weirdly. It's 10th. Good old 10th. So yes, you've got Helgith, the librarian. Falkwin, you're the only one here from the Arcanatrix as a background. Do you want to give me, like, I don't know, 2 words to describe Helgith's personality?
Utter bitch.
Wow. I love that.
Oh, we've got no chance.
I'm sorry to make it hard for us, but I had a very clear image in my head of Falkwin's relationship to the librarian, and they don't get on. Sorry.
Okay, so definitely Maggie Smith is playing this character, right? The late great Maggie Smith.
That fits.
I think the fact of obviously being like a Silverthorn elf, and they're meant to be like, you know, almost like a frozen lake level of like calm, and she obviously would look older than most other elves, just almost out of spite for other people. But yeah, okay. So we've got Helgith Silverthorn, the utter bitch of a librarian.
Falkwin's words.
Mm-hmm. Right. But yes, so I use walk into the library. I'm assuming, Lockheart, you go up to the counter, or at least get her attention. She has like all of her like long silver hair like spiraled up into like, it's almost cone-like, but not quite. And there's like the 2 kind of bangs that come down.
Hello there. Am I in the right place to be looking for
General Kenobi! No.
Oh, I need to. There's a video that I discovered that I need to share with all of you at some point later. It doesn't matter now.
It's okay, it's just because of the Obi-Wan look that Alexander is currently sporting as well. I need to like get my glitchy arms on the go. That's her Palpatine hood, that's what that is. Nice branding.
Is this the right place looking for some of the librarians?
She kind of like looks up from writing with a quill, and clearly a ledger, as they seem to be tallying up stuff. You obviously can tell that at a glance because it's your bread and butter, Lockheart. And like her eyes move, but her head doesn't. She stares at you and she goes, "The library is open between," and then insert normal regular library times, which usually are clearly like 4 minutes early or something really stupid for. It's back to like writing on the ledger.
Oh, wonderful! I was concerned that it might not have been quite as open as or as available as you imply. Ah, excellent. We're in the right place now. Let's see. Just sort of talking my way through while pretending to look in
like
in
half
around
filibustering, trying to like.
Yes. It's like, yes. Now I'm sure I've been around to this sort of section. Now is it this? No, it was the other. It was like, Myr'ra. You say, oh no, it was.
While you are waiting for us to open, you could sign in quietly. Just taps the kind of big ledger to the side that faces the kind of like side of the counter.
Oh, wonderful. And now, as I'm just signing in here, I think we've got some fairly specific things to look for. Now, I'm afraid my own sort of administrative systems, we use the
The Louis Lessimal system?
yeah, that's basically
good old Louis Lessimal.
Yeah. The Octavius octal system.
Yes. And is that how the Arcanatrix tends to signify things?
She looks at you again without moving her head, like just lifts her eyes up and goes, "Is that why you find yourself looking for our services rather than your own?"
I thought it might speed up or expedite some of our our search for quite specific information.
And you can tell her teeth are probably gritted. But again, no expression, because again, especially Silverthorn elves tend to hide them very well. And she then kind of like finishes writing something in the ledger with like a very elaborate, like swirly kind of underscore, as if you could tell that this is probably as annoyed as she's willing to show.
Challenge accepted.
And then she like sits the quill, a little rest that's next to the. She kind of like just like taps her hand, the ledger a little bit. Goes, eventually looks up and smiles and goes, "The library is open now. How can I help?"
We were wondering if you had any material
If there are more of you, then please make sure they sign in also.
Oh, I'm sure you all can read, right?
I guess the rest of us go and sign the book. As Falkwin signs the book, he like very briefly catches her eye and just sort of mutters "Madame" while he signs his name.
You can hear
There's
like there's like a weird, almost it's like somewhere between like a kind of grunt and an inhalation, a very brief as like you go, "Madame."
There's probably a story there.
Yeah, like definitely narrows her eyes a little bit when like you lock eyes. As if I know you for some reason. What do I know? There'll be a book somewhere with that written in it. I'm assuming you all sign in, I take it.
Yep.
Good.
We are looking for information on a particular bird species from the short mountains. I believe it's very large. It's called the
Avaraptor.
Avaraptor. Definitely had that. There's the Avaraptor, the very large, somewhat dangerous animal.
And then kind of looks at all of you. Clearly, the way you are assembled. Looks and just make sure everyone's filled out the. Yes, well, our avian section is in like points at the part of the library that happens to be like the section where you'd find information on birds. If you need any assistance after you have looked yourself, please come back to the desk.
Excellent.
Try not to touch any books that you don't need to.
I would like to try something.
Okay. Okay. Next session, war crimes.
This is probably Lockhart has a bit of a look that Riven might have known to be like, okay, just be ready. So
no, that's where Riven goes and guards the door with her back to whatever you're about to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
Chris, did you have to just get those mad thoughts out there? Was that what you were doing? Purging?
Yeah, exactly. Just, here we go again.
You're just thinking, why is it not me causing the mischief? That's what you're thinking.
I would like to read her mind.
Okay.
Oh dear.
Basically, just as a like, is there something she does know, and she's just like, oh, I'll send them it because I know they're gonna have to do whatever. I just kind of want, it's so I'll put the thing in. So it's surface thoughts of a creature within short range.
Yep. She is within short range, that's fine. And given that you've just asked that, there's a good chance there might be surface thoughts about it.
Exactly.
So for 2 intellect points and your action, you can read the surface thoughts of a creature within short range, even if the target doesn't want you to. You must be able to see your target. Once you have established contact, you can read the target's thoughts for up to 1 minute. If you also have you don't have a second source, do you?
No.
That's okay. And then,
Is the target aware of this.
Well, we'll find out how well he rolls.
Well, I assumed that was
It's when you scream, mind reading! Like an anime character.
I'm supportive of the shenanigans, but I'm fully expecting this to go terribly.
Well, I know what level she is, so that's fine. You can roll.
I assume the assumption I've made is that this isn't something that I do have to go to figure it.
We will see how difficult it is once we see what you've rolled. But I imagine this could be reasonably subtle. Yes. Especially if she's specifically not looking at you. And she seems like she's busying herself as if, right, I've done my part, now go off and go look at some books. First roll of the arc, probably. Can't wait for your first one, because we know you love ones.
I do love one.
It's also the balls of Lockhart trying to read someone who runs the library of the Arcanatrix. Like, this is where all the best magic people come in the continent.
Okay, I would like to use cards.
What was that? Are we using effort?
Yes. Now that you've laid the gauntlet down.
Hey, you're the one. You know the Arcanatrix is the magic place.
Well, but you know she is just that librarian from Attack of the Clones now.
Well, that's kind of what I'm actually visualizing. I know I said Maggie Smith, but I do only see that woman now.
Yeah.
Especially because of the attitude that Falkwin
does not exist.
What if someone deleted the archives? No.
Okay, so you know what? I'm going to use 4 levels of effort now.
Dear Christ. So I'm going to tell you this now. You still have to roll.
Yes, I'm putting in the thing.
What I mean by that is you didn't make it 0.
I see. With my... I dazzled her with my signet ring. Technically, it's an asset.
Just punch her with it. Our only surface thoughts were pain and why.
Well, then Nori could give me his enabler.
And she's thinking, I was only trying to be helpful.
Yeah.
I pointed him in the right direction.
Amazing.
No, I would love to try and argue that this was social, but I am struggling to...
No, you specifically don't want it to be social, so that she doesn't notice what you're doing, or have a chance to notice what you're doing. If you were doing something very overt to someone, and you didn't care that they knew, you could probably lace in stuff with persuasion rolls and stuff, to trigger the surface thoughts, if that makes sense. Like tricking someone into saying something so you could then read their mind. Would be like more social focused, but for this, no. This is definitely trying to be subtle. Where you described, I don't imagine it's very overt. Okay, so your roll is not a 1, which is always good, but very disappointing for your first roll. And that was 4 levels of effort, so we're adding, is that 12 to the roll? It's 3 per effort.
Yeah.
So, what's that, 25?
Yes.
That beats difficulty.
7.
Does it beat higher than a 7? It does, it beats like an 8. Doesn't it? It would be 24.
Sure.
So it beats like a difficulty.
Yeah.
Just to give you context of what all this means. For Kalli's benefit, I don't know how much of that translated. Yep, that's fine. So, because Alexander didn't know the difficulty up front, it means the roller can't do a lot of the math for you. So, he rolled a 13, which normally beats a difficulty 4 thing, right? But he's made his test 4 levels easier, because he used 4 levels of effort. But a level basically equals 3 points on the dice. Because, that's just math. And then the 4 levels of effort would equal 12, like a plus 12 on your dice roll. We did math that way, so that's how I usually work it out, that way. Now I compared that number to the original difficulty that I had in my head. If you exceed it, you've happy days. You have definitely exceeded it, by the way.
Good.
Like, quite a bit.
Yay.
So yes. You...
These librarian types don't know what a bureaucrat has to deal with.
But I love how, like, to everybody else, you've just got, like, you know, Lockhart lingering a little bit there on, you know, the after getting the information and kind of staring at her with his weird fucking Staff of Jafar eyes. And then... Because Jafar is the closest analogue I've got for you that isn't Palpatine so far. Need to get your lightning hands.
I'll lean more Palpatine fairly soon, I think.
Well, once we get your lightning hands, there we go. We'll sort you out. But yes. So,
now, my memory of the first level effort costs 3.
Yes. And it's
thereafter
2
it's
for every level.
2.
Yep. Yep.
So that would be 9 level, 9 cost.
So 3 for the first one, and then an additional 9. Sorry, additional 6. Sorry, right. So that's all that. Plus the 2 from the original.
Plus 2 of the cost of the
And
thing.
then what's your edge?
4.
Okay, so then you take 4 off that total.
Brings us to 11.
Sure.
Yeah, it was no 11
7.
total. Then take
11 minus 4.
7. Yeah.
Perfect. I'm glad all of our math skills are top notch. But yes, this is the only complicated part of this system is the what levels. What is like just work on your maximums and your minimums. So maximum was 11 minus the 4. Bam. Good. So quite an expensive move, but you know, worth it. Surface thoughts that you get are I hope they're quiet and respectful of the books, and I hope my cat comes home. Their thoughts seem to be mostly about their cat.
We have a new quest.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the cat can help us with a bird. You know?
Yeah.
Maybe a big cat.
Yeah, it might be a Rakishan. The biggest cat. But yes, so mostly it is just like they seem genuinely like they might not appear in the outwards like as friendly as you might have liked them to be, but it does seem like they're like, oh well, I hope they find what they're looking for efficiently.
Yeah.
But the inefficiently is more just a don't clog up my library.
Mm-hmm.
You know. Yeah. But they definitely seem spikier on the outside.
Excellent. Well, why don't we head over and see what we can find?
And there's just some kind of noise of like not quite clearing her throat, but some kind of while not looking at the guys, obviously just
Thank you so much for your assistance.
Yes, that's fine. As I said, if you struggle, please return.
We head off to
Yeah.
wherever we needed.
Okay, so who that isn't Hannah has researcher? Who's good at finding stuff in libraries? I love it. Kalli's like, can I hit it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're
I'm not
muted.
far behind that.
I was in stretch, but administration.
Like,
it's categorizing.
I mean, you could definitely find the books that you need quicker, I'd say, because you could probably navigate the sorting system, like they've done with the shelves, or Louis Lesson's system. But, yeah, I don't think pouring through the books, it would count. But definitely getting the right books, 100% finding the books you need. But that'll just make that narratively quicker, right? That doesn't necessarily affect the getting the info out. But I will let that... if someone... I will say that it's good enough that you could get like an asset on the roll that would involve pouring through stuff if you've made it easier to navigate which books are needed. So yeah, what were you saying, sorry, Chris, with perception roll?
Yeah, I just said got perception. Would that help?
If you were looking for the books, but like Lockhart's kind of covered that part. So you've got the book feed because Lockhart understands filing immaculately. It's literally half of his character sheet is probably related to that. And Falkwin, do you get anything that involves pouring through books?
Not personally, but I might know someone who
Ah,
might be
Aluben with
willing
an
to
empty
help.
skill slot.
um,
Okay.
indeed. Would it be too on the nose to just
No,
say,
I mean,
empty?
Aluben, it would be hard for me to say that it wouldn't be a useful skill that she could have had, being herself someone who's clearly studied a lot of her life.
Mm-hmm. Did you say there was a skill called researcher?
I mean, you can name a skill and give it to her, right?
Okay.
Just remember that when you pick up skills, you don't get as broad a category as all pleasant social interaction. It would be like persuasion or deception when you're picking up skills mid-game. So for Aluben's, it would definitely be one of those more limited brackets.
Yeah. So I get to just name it myself.
And you could ask
okay.
other people for suggestions if you think there's, scope for that. But like, researching could be one, because that would help pouring through information and like with a goal in mind. I mean, investigation could easily be one, but feels a wee bit weird for her. Feels less
I feel like it would be
specific.
more. It would be academic in nature.
So, if anybody's got a suggestion for Aluben's missing skill, please say now. I'm just waiting for Kalli to say smash.
So, did you say she has 3 skills that I've not been taking advantage of?
Yeah, like it's a weird obscure part of the book that involves talking about what companions have, and like every level they get a skill. Or I think technically it's meant to be like tiered down, so that they've got like a level 1. But I don't mind her just having 3 level 3s, because I don't think it's going to make that big a difference in the scheme of things. Because her level 4 skill is alchemy with that. Again, I think it makes sense that she has some kind of magical artifact skill, some kind of crafting skill, and then dealer's choice. But again, it's up to you. For her, because she is your magical companion. I'd also accept arson.
Arson around.
That's good.
I think researching.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah.
I mean, it's likely it's something she's done a lot of in her time. So yeah. So anything that can help with that, good.
That's probably our level 1. What does the level for skills mean?
Don't worry too much about that. Just decide they're all level 3 for that one. Care enough to go back through the book and find that weird part that I never bookmarked. As I said, it was in a very obscure part of the book, probably under the actual companions that I didn't feel the need to look at. I think they were that important. Yeah. Mostly because things like her health total, I think she doesn't have a health total from what I remember from Keep Magic Ally, does she? The rules don't say it's, here's her stat block.
Oh, I mean, this skill is. Did I paste the whole thing in?
Not sure.
Yeah, here. There's a lot.
No, it does just say when it's reduced to 0 health.
Yeah. But I think it's technically probably up to you to decide how.
Well, I think it's in the companion again rules somewhere, and it'll be based on her level. So if she counts as a level 3 companion,
Excuse me a second.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, second.
It'll then equal whatever a level 3 companion's health will be, but I don't have that info immediately available, so I don't care. And it's not really having it be more narrative is more exciting to me than it being an actual stat. But yeah, we can look up that information if it becomes super duper relevant. But yeah, so Aluben's got researcher now. Searching, whatever you want. Researching skill. Are you picking the other 2 skills, or are you taking the suggestions?
I'll have a think.
So, with Aluben helping in this scenario, it would be the equivalent of getting 2 assets on your roll. You can only get
Okay.
a maximum of 2 assets. So,
Okay.
basically you roll 2 assets,
Uh,
some kind of intellect roll.
yes.
I like the idea though that in the narrative, if you were taking the 2 specifically from Aluben rather than 1 from Lockhart and 1 from Aluben, I love the idea that while all those books are being collected, Aluben just lifts 1 off the shelf that never lifted and sits it down. Okay. And we weren't spending effort on that from what I can tell. Just
Indeed.
a straight roll. So we're adding 6 to that, which is a 16, 17, I can't count. And a 17 beats a 5. Okay, yeah. So you find some information, like, you know, I guess a bunch of you sit and pour through the pile of books that you've got. Not a lot of them are that helpful. Some of the avian related contents just for like other parts of the like Kale itself. And there's one of the books, I guess, that one of you pick up. You just can decide which one between every day that isn't Falkwin. The avian population declined quite significantly in Caldera some 9 centuries ago. Oddly. So, yeah, bit odd, that one. But that seems unrelated to what you're actually looking at. But the books that Falkwin and Aluben specifically focus on have like detailed studies of an Avaraptor bird. These things have like a 3-meter wingspan, and that's their average. There have been notes of bigger and obviously smaller ones. They tend to grow quite quickly, and because they grow quite quickly, they seem to be quite aggressive in nature. They seem quite temperamental. There is no sign of any kind of sacred symbology from them. Like, I know you discussed that about what the dwarves might think of them. It seems like, from again what you can tell from the vague info you've got, the dwarves, they don't necessarily see them as pests, but they can be taken down with a ballista bolt, so they don't really care too much about that. However, there is notation about the feathers being quite formidable. For example, an arrow struggled to get through a flying Avaraptor bird. Not to say it wouldn't, a good shot do it, but, a lot of regular shots would probably be glancing on an Avaraptor's feather. Hence why the notation about ballista bolts seem fine are in there.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, or specifically like armor-piercing style arrows that have been designed to get through them. But again, they're not hunted for any reason. They're not exactly like nutritious or anything like that. There's no reason to hunt them, really. So they're just big annoying birds that live at the top of the mountains, and they seem to quite like surveying the tops of the mountains, so you don't see them down, kind of. Hence why most roads are low in these places. Most of the stuff's the Starforge dwarves deal with it because they're the ones that live on the tops, the highest points. Earthcore dwarves, nothing from their perspective at all in these books because they're underground and don't see them. But it does seem like they must nest in such like regular birds would. They seem to like care about caves or anything. So yeah, reasonably birdie behavior, except that their feathers are almost like armored. Card. You also rolled well enough to learn that their feathers lose potency. Time.
Okay.
So it's a
done.
timed quest. What did we learn? What sort of timescale? Does this give us enough time to get the feathers and then get the other stuff and then go back?
In the sense
Or-
that if someone in town was selling the feathers, it probably wouldn't be as useful to Myr'ra as using collecting them, keeping them safe or preserved. So obviously if you, for example, went and collected them and then put them in some kind of bag of holding and then took them to Myr'ra, they're probably going to be better candidates than you going to the Dwarven capital and saying, can we buy some? Can we just wander around and find some? So again, you could do that because Myr'ra didn't say that she needed super duper fresh ones, but you know enough from your studies of magic, Aloben knows enough about reagents full stop, and you know, you would want the freshest ingredients possible for, like, especially something as potentially life-altering as the Abradak equation. So you can take from that what you will. Definitely no foreshadowing at all. But yes, do any of you have questions about, or is it you have been able to learn from these books?
Just specifically about the losing potency over time thing. Would it be fine? Like, obviously, we wouldn't want to rip the piss out of it, but would it be fine to get the feathers first and then look for the other two things? Or do you think the freshness loss would be significant enough that we should get the feathers last?
If you were Myr'ra, what would you want?
Probably the very freshest ingredients.
I feel like you have your answer.
Yeah. Okay.
But again, you aren't on any grander time limit with this, right? Like, other than how long it takes you to run around the world, because that's specifically why Myr'ra said you can do the legwork, because I don't want to run around the world. It's like, I'll happily fund a bunch of it though, because I'm asking you to do it. It's technically just at the bank of the Arcanatrix anyway, just submitting her expenses forms. Why is there an open visa for? Yep.
From my experience with academic institutions and submitting expenses, it's probably not quite so nice.
It's okay, Sean. We're role playing. This is totally completely made up. You're definitely not just role playing your academic career in this game.
I'm not better at all.
Something dropped near me and I don't know what it was. I don't think it matters now. It's not the pen. I have the pen. So anyway, yes. So I'm assuming you've got your answer from that. Does MD have any, including yourself, Sean, obviously, does MD have any other questions they want to learn about the Avaraptor birds that may be in these books?
Maybe not the actual birds themselves, but the terrain. Is it going to be cold up there? Are we ready for a winter's walk? Are we?
It's the tops of mountains, so you can assume it's going to be cold. Cold, windy, probably not much in the way of eating if they're the ones picking off a lot of the stuff. And the fact if they're not good eating themselves, that's even less exciting. And we know that these things are aggressive and probably territorial.
So do we have license to go and get some further equipment if it's at the expense of the Arcanatrix? At least a warm cloak. And yeah, ballista, yeah.
You've got a cloak, what are you talking about? What's wrong with your elven cloak?
Yes, I do, but is it warm?
Well, it's a cloak, it's kind of half of its purpose is to keep you warm, right?
The cold won't
Not this one.
The cold can't see you. But yeah.
So, okay then. We've all got rations. Do we need first aid kits?
Do you all have rations? Do you? Is that all on your character sheet?
Well, I've got 5 rations, but no first aid kits left.
Like, so I can eat, but I can't heal.
I'll say I have healing kit and some nice rations actually. Good share.
If we're about to set out into mountains, we can restock, but I'm just saying now's the time to think about that.
Well, are we about to set out into mountains?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Are we better off going somewhere else first? If this one is a bit more time sensitive.
Or you could research the other components while in the library.
Yeah, because it might turn out that the lunar blossoms need to be picked exactly on a full moon or something as well.
I think you're already
Who knows?
realizing that's the hardest thing to get out of all of these things. That's pretty much what the people from Arc 2 learned. Or Arc 1, I should say. Lunar blossoms are here. They've basically met one person that grows them.
Mm.
That person's on a quest with about 6 question marks.
Mm. So maybe we try and find out about the eggshells next.
So you know the name of the lizard, the kind of colloquial name.
King's best friend.
King's friend. King's best friend.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you can do a wee research roll on that if people want to. By people, we probably mean full.
Yes. Continuing to do no effort and with a set from Aluben.
Seeing how your academic career went.
Ooh.
How much did Aluben take your tests for you so far?
Well, it's on brand. I think it's on brand for Falkwin.
So that's our next roll. So that is a roll of a 5 plus 6. So we've got an 11.
It's a B, Well, it's a C. But
yeah, it's probably definitely more of a C minus.
Yeah.
But yeah, so 11 beats what, difficulty 3. So yeah, you look up some book. There's very few books dedicated to Dinosaur Island. Possibly because a lot of people that maybe want to research it go there and then don't come back. So it's that.
They enjoy it so much.
I mean, that's it, right? Some people might retire to Dinosaur Island. We don't know. They never came back to publish their books. So there's a lot of entries of this person's off on an expedition, so hopefully we'll have volume 2 soon, ... and then there's 2. But yeah, you do get a picture of it though. Someone's drew a sketch of it, which is nice. And it's got a reference person to it. So, how many of you are familiar with a dinosaur called a Tyrannosaurus Rex?
Oh, good.
Tiny little arms.
Tiny little arms, yeah. Because this is remarkably similar to a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Does it have lips?
Do you see, does it have lips?
It's
Always looking to make out with people. Always looking to make
It's a massive debate in the Paleontological Society about T-Rexes.
It's hard to see in the sketch that someone's done, because they may have done it in a rush while running. But yeah.
So we can find out once and for all.
Once and for all, you could do that academic paper. Look at all the thesis choices Falkwin has.
No, who says Falcon's going to do it? Nori's going to become a wizard before Falcon at this rate.
Nori's you steal one level 9 reagent and then you somehow become a qualified wizard. And these 4 extra diplomas I stole for everybody else. Oh, amazing. But yes, so you get that at least reference image. Do you have any questions about King's best friend?
Yeah, do the eggshells degrade?
There isn't much info about that, unfortunately. They do lay eggs, though.
And they are definitely only so far found on Dinosaur Island.
Yes. There probably is some kind of musing about, wouldn't it be great if we could get one on the mainland?
Or set up some sort of park, if you will.
Some kind of island.
We've seen this movie before.
It's fair use, honest.
Other dinosaur movies and soundtracks are available.
Did the researchers who got back safely, or at least whose ratings got back safely, note whether the King's best friend was particularly vicious, dangerous, territorial?
It probably does have territorial listed, but what animal doesn't, right?
Sure.
So yeah,
Carnivore.
definitely got that. Definitely a carnivore. Yep. My
They're in a
clone from some
particular
kind of
part of the
Ilsethamba.
island.
They seem to I guess patrol like the mid rim of the island, so not the like shores and not the center of the island. And nobody knows why. This book.
Not the shores and not the centre. Okay.
You okay there,
So the
Alexander?
raptors are.
That's where the raptors are. That's where the theme park is. That's where the helicopters land.
Mm.
Scares them away.
Do we know what's in the centre? Do we know if any researchers made it there?
Nope, nothing in this book for that. But you could write that book.
Another thesis option.
Dinosaur Island comes with about 40 thesis options minimum, right? Like, so, anything else you would like to learn from the library or King's Best Friend? You didn't roll amazingly on King's Best Friend, so obviously aren't getting a lot. And also just because it's on the island that nobody tends to go to. Lots of people like the idea of going there, but it's one of those, oh, I'll get to that next year, and then they never ever raise the capital to make the trip. Because also it could be the last trip they make. Because they're going, oh, I'll raise the capital over a couple of years, but then what they're really saying is, I'll wait to see if that guy comes back in a couple of years. Never does, and they go, oh, I never found the capital, sorry, I've got other projects I'm working on. Also, I became a teacher, so my work, my students, it comes first. Okay, anything else?
Well, while we're here, we should look into the night bloom.
The Lunar Bloom!
Might as well.
I don't know why that was more Dalek.
No, bloom.
Let's have one more roll then. Oh, good.
I mean, there. Makes
We
sense.
got kicked out of the library.
I mean, that is an 8. It is an 8. That does beat, like, a 2. So it's not as bad as it looks. But what it says is, lunar blooms are found in hot places, dark places, and high places.
Yeah.
Strangely enough.
And then it just has at the bottom of that footnote, Caldera ?
Oh, good.
Okay, so if could we preserve the feathers? Do you think does Falkwin or Half-Elven think that they could preserve the feathers if we got them in the next wee bit long?
Let me even take you an even simpler route. Sierra asked for them, which does include you having to go and get them. Thus, they clearly assumed what you were able to do was capable, right? That's terrible grammar.
We can't do everything on the way back. Like we should, if we want to get the feathers, we get the feathers and come back.
Yeah. It's almost like the routes you'd have to go. Makes sense that you'd be swinging by Cascade City anyway. What it effectively means is you can't just go and do 40 side quests before handing stuff back in.
That is the only way of doing things.
Be efficient.
That's when you all become wizards after this because you all went and spent the entire arc just getting your theses wrote.
So I propose that we either go to Dinosaur Island or go on the hunt for lunar blooms, Caldera ?
So,
and then at the very end, the Avoraptors are probably easiest to find out of the two of these.
They're realistically they're the safest option, which is saying something. When
closest.
The safest and closest. You want to do Caldera with Hannah because of Hannah's grammar.
Yeah.
So that is a thing that you probably want to have on the shelf for that. Just keep that in mind. Keep in mind as well, timing-wise, depending on how you get to Caldera, the King's Best Friend to Eggshells will be the longest quest. Because it involves sailing 4 weeks.
A little suggestion. Now, I don't know whether we all have permission to do this. or whether
Does
it was only
Nori?
Riven.
Let's start there.
I'm in
Yeah, but-
already.
We have permission to speak to Sarathane with our rings, or was that just Riven that had that
I mean,
permission?
thematically,
So
it
we
was
could
just
ask
Riven,
him about the.
but he knows all of you, right? So, like, the only person I think he doesn't technically know would be Kalli's character. That would be the only person he doesn't know. But realistically, they may have met in that 2-week bubble. It's unlikely. I said they were off doing their own thing as well. But yeah, you could message them.
Remind
with
me
your,
of the
your
rings. They can't. Yes, but they can't communicate back, or can they?
No, they do. They
Through
get,
thought.
like, oh wait, no, they don't get a message back, do they? I don't remember. You should have it wrote down somewhere. Do. But yeah,
I cannot remember.
I can see if I can find out. Because it'll be on someone's character sheet. Let's see. Did Riven write it
One
down?
way.
Okay.
Although I wrote down the first version, I believe there was a change.
Yeah, but it was the depletion roll that was changed.
Yeah, that's.
Because I think, do you have the D6 version?
Do
you have the D10 version?
Well, I have D10 on the actual bit, but I have D6 on the description.
Okay. Well, it is a D10. People did have the opportunity to spend some XP to make them work all the time. And also, likewise, if people want to spend XP, you could get not quite the same prestige of Ring. You could get one that still communicates for the other members of the party. People want to spend some XP on some artifacts. I mean, hells, if Falkwin keeps the suggested skills for Elves, they could eventually make them. It's almost like I suggested very good skills for Elebeth. But you're fine, we can have her be a Formula 1 racer if you want.
That's a funny thought.
She's a secret hobby she's never shared. But yeah, so I don't know if that answered your question there or not, Alexander, but yeah.
Right.
Sarathane,
yell really, really loudly.
So that's that.
Send a message to Sarathane. Say, how many words did we say? 10 words.
It's 10 words per level.
In
so
search.
It's 10 words per level. So it's 30 words.
So 30 words.
Yeah.
So.
And we've got like 4 of them. He gets them all in the wrong order.
Time delay, satellite delay. So we could send a message to Sarathane saying, we are in search of the lunar flower.
Lunar bloom, yep.
Lunar bloom. We know you grew them. Can you help us find them? On our way to Voros.
Okay.
Via the monastery.
Okay. So, geography. The monastery would be halfway up the mountain for balance reasons. The Voros would be the south road out of Cascade and then all the way to the west. Whereas you'd be going out of the east gate to get up the trade route towards the short mountains, and it's Dagda Cathair, which is the capital. The Starforge dwarves. Starforge elves, everything's elves. Starforge dwarves. Where Queen Margot rules. Technically Queen Margot rules over all dwarves because they pick between the Hearthcores and the Starforges. But yeah. So it would be quite different routes you'd have to take to get to Voros versus you could go up into the mountains, but then you'd have to travel quite a hellish trek through the mountains, which would be a long ass time to get to the back end, hopefully to find this random refugee route that could be underground for all we know, to then get down the side of a mountain into Voros, if that makes sense. So you'd either go to Voros or you'd go to Dagda Cathair. They're not really, unless you can fly, which Myr'ra now can. But you're also assuming they're in Voros.
Hmm.
You don't know where they are yet. And again, you know Katie, and you know Serethane, and you know everybody else you've met. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's many, many people you have met that you could contact with these runes. You also have, some quite high up names. I mean, like, you've met the Queen of the Dwarves, you've met Sloth, met Pride, and Joy. Like, you've got a whole roster of important people you could, like, loop in on this. You've met Snowstorm, you've met, obviously, people from Brunspark Forest. Technically, there's your village as well, Chris. The border between the two, Denk and Brunspark.
Hey, Sun Emperor. Sorry, Solar Emperor.
Solar Emperor, Sun is his first name. I mean, yeah, technically, like, you were in the same room as them, right?
We're coming for you.
Just Riven constantly burning the ring out, just being like, I'm gonna get you, you horrible cat. Sleep well. Sorry, Alexander, you were saying.
Well, I was just wondering if we perhaps just start with heading into the mountains with a plan just to come back, perhaps to Cascade City once we have the feathers, just so we can drop off the feathers, make sure we don't risk getting them and then having them not be real. Is that I'm gonna assume maybe that Sarah,
Sira.
thank you. Will be able to keep them good once they have them.
I was just about to say the same thing.
Yeah. So
you could also go ask the Arcanatrix for preservation ciphers. Swap out some of your existing ciphers and use them to keep the stuff nice and fresh automatically.
Oh, that's the thing that exists.
I have a space.
Remember, ciphers are just consumable magic items in the world, right? So you could just
in this cipher system,
would we use the ciphers of the cipher system? Preposterous. I love how I'm doing all my accents.
That's an idea because I do have a space.
Yeah.
It's just if we were having to get a boat, then we're coming back to Cascade anyway.
Yeah, the boat is leaving from Cascade City. Yeah.
And if it might be
everybody would be smart enough to know that you'd to drop these feathers off. If you went and got the feathers now, you'd want to come back and drop them off to then do the next leg of the journey. And also, if you're looking to loop in Katie and Serethane, whichever one or both that you want to speak to, depending on how your message is written, you could ask them to courier the agents to Cascade City. Like, Siri didn't say you specifically have to touch the box they're in.
Yeah, and that way, if we're going up to the monastery, that's a good halfway point up the hill. If we have to get to like the top, find some stuff, now we can come back to Cascade. Maybe by that time, Katie or anything will have come through. Maybe they won't. But at least we sort of know, and then probably plan to head to Dinosaur Island.
It means that whenever Hannah gets back to us as a player, you've got whatever her and her gran arrange about the transport options to get to Caldera, because we know that her gran doesn't want her to travel unsafely because of how dangerous Caldera is, and her gran is quite high up in Caldera, because everyone's a Nepo baby in this game, so except maybe Nori. We don't know much about Lockhart's parents, so it's hard to say. Just know that Sheev was definitely a Nepo baby. So, what's the plan, gang? It's our first step. What would we like to do? Because I think it's a reasonably good plan.
We need to be able to climb a mountain. That's.
And keep in mind, you can get to Dagda Cathair with regular transport. also could teleport there if you're willing to use your teleport radiation buffer on that.
I mean, I'm always up for teleporting, but this does seem quite a short distance.
You just know that you probably can't teleport to Dinosaur Island. And if you were willing to spend the resources, you could maybe find a way to have a thing that would pull you from Dinosaur Island back to the Arcanatrix. But that might be quite pricey magics, since it's like, ad hoc teleporting.
Yeah, we can do a cipher for that. But I guess, yeah, everyone got the wherewithal to climb a mountain, because I'm not sure of how well Lockheart will do with that. He's not built for speed or climb.
Can I negotiate with the mountain?
Yeah.
A foul voice on the wind. Okay.
I try a spin flip.
Spin Doctor the mountain.
Is there a mountaineering kit in the boot?
I mean, it doesn't matter. There can be a mountaineering kit in existence. Do you know what I mean? That has, this place is near a lot of mountains, so see why that can't be a thing.
This is kind of where I turn to our 6-foot tall dragon-like companion, being like, "How are you, mountain? How? If push comes to shove, can you carry me up a mountain?"
Well,
Lockheart looks like Grima Wormtongue to a degree.
mhm.
So yeah, there's your physicality reference at least.
Okay. So there would be no problem carrying you. So maybe try first, but if need arises, I can carry.
This does remind me of a time, and that might make things easier once we get to that problem.
I remember that time where I had to climb a mountain and it was terrible. The thing is, in this campaign you have climbed a mountain. Climbed Roxfall Mountain.
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
So, there is legitimately a time you did that.
There was a pathway though, and
I'm
that's
just
what
trying to
we're
get
worried about
everything
here.
back.
There's not going to be.
Well, if you're going to try and hunt an Averaptor in the bloody wilds of the mountaintops, yeah, it's unlikely to be pathed.
Mhm.
Yes.
Are you having PTSD from the mountain you had to climb in my other game? Is that what the problem is? Is that are we a bit too worried about the unclimbable death mountain in that game? Where he's like, we'll just climb it, it's fine. And it all worked out.
Fleabite was very good at climbing.
That's where you met me.
Yeah, you were at the monastery halfway up. It's almost like I've got tropes. We're going to get there and there's going to be a dragon, kin there as well. And it's going to be like, wait a minute. Those are awfully blue
It
scales
likes the
you've
taste of
got.
gems.
And no, I meant Keldrath. Unless Keldrath's a gem biter.
Yeah, well, true.
That feels like an old-fashioned slur, doesn't it? He's a
Gem
bit of a
biter.
gem biter. It's like when people used to say gay people were sorcerers back in the day, like that old level of kind of very odd.
Did they?
Yeah, very weird. Did you know?
They were right.
But they were right. Not the best sorcerers. But yes, so everybody go away and have a think for 10 minutes, and we'll just take a break. And we can come back with our fully armed and operational minds of what our actual plan is going to be. Which is probably getting to Dagda Cathair, from what I can gather, is the ultimate goal. And then at some point maybe looping in someone that either works where you are or where the fact that you're visiting. And then also maybe the fact that talk to Katie or Zerithian about the night blooms that the Myr'ra's garden. So that's that. Technically, you also know people in Loudenhall. Could just go and check on the garden.
Jack?
Jack, young lad! Voice in your brain.
Yeah, that's never caused problems before. You speaking to things from beyond.
Oh.
These rings are not two-way though, right?
No.
That's what makes it worse.
Jack being a 10-year-old or like thereabouts. I think he was about. Was he 10 or was he a bit younger? He was about 10, I think.
Yeah.
They made him.
And that'll upset Riven if we go visit him without her.
Probably.
Dangerous ground.
It's okay. They're on holiday somewhere. It's fine.
They're in love. In the pie.
Yeah, I was gonna say they just have him. They're just like doing like a season on the melon farm, the quiet life, the humbling life. But yes. Anyway, we're gonna go on break, and we'll come back. Because I realised that we just spoke about going on break and then just started chatting. So we will be back in 10 minutes. See you all then. Okay.
Yep.
BRB.
Cheers.
Okay, so that says unsaid, and then that's the click. It's back visible. And audible. Can you guys speak so that there's some audio players? Say anything.
No, don't want to speak.
No, I simply refuse.
I'm too embarrassed. I'm too embarrassed. I'm not speaking online.
The serious face you pulled there made you look the most like Darryl O'Brien you've ever. Because I've been watching a lot of like of the week. Just his like disapproving parental look that he gives sometimes. Got like the younger comedians taking the piss.
Yeah, the audio was good.
Audio's good. Perfect. Should have maybe Sean will be back, but we'll get started with. Okay, do you want to just do your intro, Sean? We'll just get.
I'm Sean. I'm playing Falkwin, the speaker who keeps the mythical speaker who keeps the magical ally. My camera appears to have died.
Okay. I'm also just then going to do my intro as well because I never even did mine. Good hello and welcome to part 2 of part 2 of Last of the Summer Elves, Arc 4 of the Cascade Arcs that is on the 19th of October 2024. I'm Viktor the GM, and that was the players here.
Motorbike. Hi, I'm Kalli. I play Ignysera, who is a dragonfolk warrior who bears a halo of fire.
Good evening, my name's Alexander, and tonight I'll be continuing to play Lockheart Dourf, who is an empathic speaker, exactly the sort of person you want interpreting the law.
Hi everyone, I'm Chris. I'm playing Nori Nediam, a half-elven explorer who likes to infiltrate.
Seamless. I mean, how many of my gaming intros have I done? How many? Like hundreds of these. I always be like, how do these work again? So yeah.
I'm just glad it's written down in the player character sheet so I can just...
I know, I really should write my intros down so I can just stare at it so I don't mess it up. I never do, and I probably won't, because it's just, I find it more entertaining myself, to be honest. But yeah, anyway, that's us back for part 2 of this part 2. And you've had some initial actions to take. Quest underway.
Yeah, it was just kind of quick supply run, sort of making sure we had holes and things that would manage up in these mountains. I mean, they are the short mountains, but I assume they're pretty considerable.
There are two mountains in the world taller than the short mountain range, so they're quite tall. One of them happens to be Art Volcano. The other one happens to be where a dragon sleeps on top of it. So yeah, those are the only 2 higher points on this continent than the short mountain.
Is that other one the one north of Libratus?
Yeah, Libratus has the mountain behind it, which is where the dragon sleeps. Unma.
So I just want to make sure Lockheart has a decent clothes for it. Because I just don't sure it's something he might have thought to bring with him to come here.
Well, especially since like we know that, especially like where Denkmark is and just south of it is quite hot, so it would make sense. It's just Voros that's particularly cold, and probably like, you know, a mixed bag of seasons for the Bridge over Whitewater. Probably a mixed bag of seasons up there, because it's further north Denkmark. But yeah. So, what favors are you cashing in for that? Or are you spending from your personal funds?
I don't have any personal funds.
Nobody has any.
That's the thing, neither do I.
Nobody
We
has
don't
any.
have any cash at all.
Nobody has their money written down, but clearly you live in a world where you've had to have money. Do you know what I mean? Unless you're Nori and you maybe live, hand to mouth, I guess.
Hand to mouth.
Yeah.
Exactly. Pocket to mouth.
Yeah, someone else's pockets to my mouth.
Yes, exactly.
Or someone else's plate to my mouth. Yeah. So there is that. Obviously, you've got reasonable allies you can push off of as well. You've got resources you can fall back on. A lot of that is like expending your credibility. These people taxing that. So it's up to you what you want to do in that regard. You've also got stuff that you own you could then trade. That too. I just figured that we want to keep the currency system in this as light as possible. We don't bog down by having tracking our pennies super to that. Imagining if you are all actually working, doing your jobs in some loose way, jobs, obviously, then probably have a stipend that covers most of your requirements. Granted, you're quite significantly out with your jurisdiction though, if you go into the short mountains. Obviously, Cascade City for Lockheart would cover a reasonable amount because you're still working on behalf of Queen Vermi. Queen Vermilion Light Scale, first of her name. The Roy now. But yeah, and to a reasonable degree, Falkwin's parents probably pay the Arcanatrix a decent amount of money. So, reasonable, if it was an academic pursuit, you could reasonably justify with Sira's approval some stipend towards getting thicker coats, stuff like that. So it just depends where you're putting that pressure, because then you won't be able to apply that pressure again time soon. Much like the fact that, think of it like getting radiation. It needs time to dissipate.
And I'm thinking the Dragon Island is Dinosaur Island.
That's because Chris said Dragon Island earlier.
I know.
I've got more islands I can put in.
It's in the shape of a dragon.
Yeah.
It's probably going to be quite hot. So we might end up having to when we come back to Cascade.
Swap the wardrobe over.
So I would be happy just to start just quite nip into some of the administrative sections of the sort of Five Blades Council and be like, we've got stuff that we're doing. I'm suddenly remembering that this is a favor that we're not really employed with a crown at the moment. This is somewhat extracurricular.
No, your current job from the crown is find a replacement High Commander for the Queen's Guard. How's that going? I'm planning a trip across the world! It's for research.
Sandra's back.
No, but very
She not get her job back?
She doesn't want her job back. Her job is to protect Loudon. Loudon's no longer queen. That was her thing. She went back to her family. Yep.
Yes, I wouldn't force it back on her.
No.
Would you consider taking a dinosaur as your...
I mean, Vermi is probably the most natured between her and Loudon. Vermi's probably more likely to want a dinosaur.
I mean, so when I get to tier 3 as a Keeps a Magical Ally person, one of the options I get is to take a mount. So what if I had a pet, King's best friend?
I am getting flashbacks to another RP player. Maybe gone by the name Scott. Wanted an imaginary dinosaur best friend pet. It's called Benjamin the T-Rex.
Yeah, if we all pull together our triumph.
Triumph, stream points, yeah. Can we afford Benjamin yet? Or how far off are we? Because I think he's still quite pricey. God, what price is even listed at?
It was like $1 billion, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, it's a billion.
It's 1 billion triumph points on Twitch that you would. It's definitely doable. I like that I made Summon the Tarrasque 1 less though.
Mm-hmm.
It's just 999 million. Dot, dot, dot.
I'm a bit short.
I think,
Oh, just a few.
I think, is it Give a Wish there still for 1 million? It is.
Yeah.
So yeah, Wish spell, 1 million. Benjamin, 1 billion. And Colin's one of the few people to have used introduce an NPC,
Yeah.
and he introduced Punched Child.
Yep.
Yeah, I kept using all my
So
points for
fair.
rerolls in the last game.
Understandable.
Yeah,
Handy.
Do
So,
we have another victim of the ones?
I mean, got a lot of victims of the ones in this game so far. The cipher system has claimed a lot. But anyway, none
You
of this
can't
is us
see it, but
progressing.
I'm nodding along.
We're avoiding the progression part of this game. So let us move forward with some kind of speed.
Mhm.
So who are we going to for our supplies? Who are we going to hit up? Who taxing? Because it's
I suppose I could ask my well, not uncle, but he
Yeah.
makes me call him that.
could do. Yep, could add that. Do you get any other suggestions or objections other than Sarah's uncle?
I would just like to acquire some first aid kits in one way or the other.
I'm sure that could be part of the supplies that Sarah secures. Go that route.
I mean, is there anyone else looking in the market for
Ever up to feathers?
yeah. It could be like, who's willing to fund our expedition?
Okay. You want to just start the campaign of having the expedition, as the core aspect of the game.
It's a clever idea, We need to go to this place to do this thing anyway.
How many
And
quests
if we
are
need to
there?
it's like if we need to kill one of these birds, well, there's a lot of feathers. We only need a handful of them, but maybe we can sell the rest to.
Also, nobody says you need to kill one.
Well, we need what, 5 feathers?
You need 5 feathers as fresh as possible, ideally.
So because we don't want ones that have just like fallen out. The thing, so we don't know when they fell out. Probably either need to pluck them directly, or kill and then pluck.
Well, the freshest would be a still living.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
are we considered buying
Bring
some
one back, lasso one, and
Yes.
yeah,
Ride the Avaraptor back.
Yeah.
Use it all collectively weigh less than a carriage, right?
very true.
So
Anybody have a tame beast spell?
a Pokeball. Other balls may be available.
I have one Pokeball on me, but it's already occupied.
Yeah. Also found in a trade, so you don't even get to edit the stats.
Yeah.
Cannot rename. Okay.
So, Uncle.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah.
I guess.
It
Yes.
wouldn't be a terrible idea to also just consider some bird hunting stuff. I 30% joke about a net, but it actually might not be a bad idea.
When is having
Like
a
a
net
bit-
a bad
like a-
idea? It's a great
I
idea.
know.
Yeah. A big weighted net.
I mean, I'd love a ballista. That one's slightly harder.
I
Not
don't
really.
fancy dragging that up the mountain.
But luckily there's a lot at the top.
Yeah. Yeah, the dwarves probably have plenty of defenses against these birds already.
That's true. If they're vicious, they might have some kind of anti
Nori, you've got
rapture.
Nori's got a bow, doesn't?
Yes.
No,
I have a longbow.
Okay, that's a good start. Just
So if Ben could make some little arrows for us.
something, I dislike the word armor piercing arrows, but we'll stick with that theme. It'll just be something to consider for
Damage reduction
even though-
avoiding arrows, if that makes you feel better.
It does. Because that might just be something that we need. We do need some way of bringing them down.
tasty treats.
Need to find Riven, because I'm sure Riven promised me a special bow.
Riven said they would happily go on a quest with you to get like a bronze bark bow or something. Yeah.
Like, actually bait, that sounds like quite a good idea. Do we know anything that they particularly...
We have a...
Do we have any tasty looking
We have a
cabbages?
Lockhart.
So, you know that they like... they're like... not carrion birds. They hunt. So birds of prey, I guess, is the term?
Yeah.
Birds of prey.
Raptors.
Yeah. I mean, they are an Avaraptor, so... So they're definitely birds of prey.
Luckily, Lockhart's too scrawny. We need something slightly bigger.
I mean, considering they're probably like...
Do they like dragon meat?
I was going to say their food of choice might be dwarven shaped, so they can carry off a dwarf or two easily.
I was also just wondering, do we have any, like, sort of scent lure or something?
Again, you have contacts in them almost everywhere in my world. You just have contacts. So if that was a thing you could get, you could probably acquire it. It's whether or not that would be able to attract one. Rile up one. Or would it rile up many?
That is a problem that Nori will deal with well.
How many actions can we give Nori per turn? Just charge up the Legolas cannon. Like
I just wish these things were in the woods. It'd be so much easier.
Yeah, it's not exactly your favoured terrain, for lack of a better term.
No. Anyway, so Uncle. Supplies from Uncle. We need steel arrows. We need first aid kits, warm clothing. I have 50 foot of rope. Does anybody else need rope?
50 feet sounds like a good start, though.
Yeah. You've got a sword, remember? Famous sword. Or soon to be very famous if you keep doing its PR campaign well.
And while I talk it up.
Yep,
yes.
Exactly. Every pub you're in. How much is it worth tonight, Nori? Oh, it's 50 gold tonight. Tomorrow, though, who knows what adventures it will do overnight. I mean, it could have been the sword that was wielded by
down the great raptor bird.
I was going to say, yeah, like the mighty wielded sword of Samda has taken down one of the scariest, anti-carriage birds. Yeah.
Just as a reminder as well, traveling heavy is not a detriment to us at all as long as I'm nearby because of Aluben's garage. It's a
back on the table.
Very nice.
It's a 3 foot by 3 foot. 3 meter by 3 meter by 3 meter like cube pocket dimension.
Which we dubbed her garage.
After the last thing we kept in here, do you think she'd let us?
I mean, clearly nothing's worse than the fucking demon sword, right? Like.
Yeah.
Yeah, it went reasonably well. Like, from what you could tell, based on your ability to hide that sword, it seemed like even the devils couldn't sense it. Sloth was really responsive about it at all.
I think 3 by 3 by 3 meters probably is enough to store a ballista.
It's diagonally enough to store an average-sized Avaraptor. I did say its wingspan was... What was that again? On average, 3 meters?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, it did.
Is there air in this thing?
That is debatable.
You trap it in there while it's live, and then it's fine. We'll just
I think
have all the feathers you need.
I mean, so I think if it was dead, it would count as an item and could then definitely be stored in there.
Yes.
I don't know how Aluben so I think
it's
need
just
to have
every time you're having your conversations, it cuts to inside Aluben's world, and it's just her screaming, fighting a giant bird.
Squawk! Squawk!
She's been through enough, okay.
Uh,
Sorry, you were saying, so if you had a dead Avaraptor in there in XYZ.
yeah, I think a dead Avaraptor could go in there, but I think maybe a live one, somehow that feels wrong.
Yeah, I think the wording of the pocket dimension thing definitely doesn't imply that people should go in it.
Yeah. The magic ally from your bound magic creature ability can store items for you within its bound object, including extra sets of clothing, tools, food, and so on. The interior of the object is, in effect, a 10-foot brackets 3 meter square pocket dimension that normally only the magic ally can access.
It's handy that. It's good info for Kalli, because obviously I think Kalli knew that feature of Falkwin's.
Yeah, it's really useful.
Been underutilized so far, to be honest.
I don't know, like literally storing the demon blade
Ah,
is
Sure,
very good.
sure,
Yeah.
yeah.
Smuggler compartment element of it is very useful.
Mm-hmm.
So, hitting up Uncle Quilborn.
Uncle Quill, yeah.
Hmm.
Uncle Quill.
Yep, just for some supplies. What is our supply list? Let's make this list.
Okay, what would you say? Arrows, first aid kits, warm clothing, more rations. Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna do supplies. 15 damage reduction ignoring arrows that are effectively +1 armor piercing.
Works for me.
Okay, so you have 15 +1 armor piercing, which means they'll ignore 1 point of armor. So you can't tape all 15 together and ignore 15 points of armor. As you cannot do that. Just saying,
Okay.
I'm just preempting it because I would have thought of it. So, what if we tape them together?
Arrows, 15 +1 arrows.
It's +1 AP, not +1 damage. If that makes sense. It's important for later. And then, what else was on your list? Sorry, Kalli?
First aid kits, warm clothing, rations. Do we want to pick up mountain climbing gear here, or did we say we were going to get that when we got there?
Some preferences, because again, like it's not like carrying this stuff is a concern at them.
Yeah.
So you'll get 2 first aid kits, which are 5 uses of. Like, bat anti-Avaraptor spray and stuff like that. Warm clothing I wrote down as well, and then I'm gonna go for climbing gear since it's really pushed.
Yeah, why not?
And that'll provide an asset to any climbing tests you just have to do. Assuming you're wearing. Anything else on that list, or is that tapped out?
I've already got a bag of heavy tools, so.
Are you just voting yourself out of carrying any of this
else?
stuff? I've already carrying a lot of heavy things. How much were your original possessions? No more questions. But yeah, so we've got 15 armor piercing arrows, 2 first aid kits with 5 uses each. And then we've got warm clothing for everybody. climbing gear that would give you a +1 asset.
And then does anyone need more rations?
I'll just write ration.
Rations.
Yeah. How many of you are there? There's 5 of you. As in total.
Although Myr'ra can hunt.
Myr'ra has to hunt. You might be close enough to be that hunt. So are you gonna keep like a live horse in there as well, just in case you need to like placate Myr'ra? So
I mean, we have to have bird fight.
I mean, I would love that. Okay. Yeah, we've got rations. You'd probably need to restock on rations when you get to city, unless you hunt on. So getting to Dagda Cathair to then restock there. That's something that's probably, as I said, some of you know, so I doubt it'd be hard to get stuff there. Also, at any point, people can choose to like, can I go earn money? And we'll just count money as items of trade. Can then trade for other stuff. So I've got X amount of trade value that we can work as abstract concepts. So obviously, if you're like, can we just like do a bounty hunter, see how well, because that would fund X, Y, or Z. These are things that can be done if we really need to worry about money, but these are all in positions of almost like when I did character gen, I didn't want to deal with money a lot. So one person without a wealthy background is the one person able to acquire themselves the things they need. So yeah.
No idea what you mean.
Any legal jobs going in?
Does then need a lawyer to like, or what was the signature person? What's that called again?
Notary.
The notary. Yeah, does anyone need any notary work done while I'm in the capital city where all the politics happens? Yeah, why not? Said you've got very good credentials, so someone who's like, my marriage was notarized by the whatever your actual title is in Denk. They know the queen.
I'm sure I might have like some wages, hopefully.
I mean,
would have
as I
something.
said, because some of you have like, positions where you are, clearly employed by people, yeah, there is stipends that get paid for you guys to actually have. That's why I'm not so fussed about getting like generic supplies. When you go, can we buy a boat? And I'm like, no. Not unless you work for it. But, definitely can buy a boat if you put effort in. Okay, so I've got rations for 5 people. Will get you to the city. So that's fine. We've got climbing gear, we've got warm clothing, we've got first aid kits, we've got piercing arrows. I'm also going to add in 1 weighted net to the net. So we'll give you one.
Yes, absolutely.
Because why not? And I feel like, unless Enders get any really obvious suggestions, I feel like Uncle's tapped out.
Yeah, probably tapped out.
I enjoy the idea of carrying around a ballista in the garage, but it's probably not practical.
I like the idea of going, Aluben, say hello, and then, however the garage portal opens, it's just Aluben with like the kind of pilot goggles on, wiping the ballista. Jocks away! Then, boom, just a massive ballista bolt coming out of your bloody bracer. Ridiculous, but I love that. Again, it's almost like if you let Aluben have the right skill set.
You can just build a ballista.
A magic ballista, you say? So yeah. Yes, 1 weighted net. I think that's it. Anything else, or are we gonna begin our journey? Okay.
Yeah.
How are we getting there? How many horses? Or are we gonna like pay a coach? Or like what's the plan? Because as I said, the roads travelled fairly regularly between Cascade City and Dagda Cathair. So What is the thoughts?
5 horses, 1 pack mule. Pack mule for Chromira just in case.
I mean, honestly though, I'm not just.
How close are we to a full moon? Let me put it that way.
Well, when was the last time Chromira happened because of the moon? Because it's been 2 weeks since the end of the last
Quite a while ago.
So we're probably about 2 weeks away from one, give or take, right? Maybe a week away. Hard to say. I don't track the moon in this world.
We should be tracking this.
Yeah. I do think Hannah does track it to a degree. I just don't know where she's at with it.
Okay.
But I think it might be a week away.
Oh no.
And it's yeah.
We're not leaving the city this week. She's got her own hunting ground. We're waiting a week.
Yeah, we've got to pad some time out at the casino while she hulks out in the basement, and then we'll go on our trip. Thing is, though, she's like, as I said, she's had years of like controlling this, so it's fine. Not gonna be that. Just make sure you are all safe in one side of the camp, the donkey and Chromira at the other. And the more she levels up, the more control options she gets over it. Still doesn't.
Does she have to?
No, that's the scary thing. Because it's Hannah, and we know she's not going to pick those things, which we obviously
she won't pick.
It should be a swing. You can lean more into control, or you can lean into less control.
I mean,
the demons might go away.
Hey.
Just weirdly makes me think of that Marvel Crisis Protocol option for Green Goblin. Once you get injured and it flips and goes, if Spider-Man's on the board, he's the only target you can go for. Like, a best rule ever. Anyway, so are we going to travel by some kind of coach that's already in play, or personal transport? What are you going for? Public or private?
I mean, private means if we do have to leave the road, we've got options.
Yeah, like if you go public, it's essentially you're stuck with their schedule. If you go private, use our Masters of Your Own Destiny. Or you could hit up the Arcanatrix or Uncle Quilburn to be like, can you give us a teleport pass so we can get to Dagdagathair like instantly?
As much as I'm usually team teleport, I think we'll be okay.
Cool. So private.
So horses and pack mule it is then.
I think Lockheart can probably blag that.
Yeah. I mean, Talanis, and she acquired. I mean, it's hard to say how authorized those horses were you took away the last time. You weren't there for that, obviously, Lockheart, but the rest took some away and only brought so many back. Battle-hardened, traumatized horses.
They've leveled up.
I thought we brought extra back.
No. You were one short.
Inside Chromira.
Processed heart. No. So anyway, you have acquired your horses. Yep, you could have tapped out your resources on that one. Lockheart. And then, yeah. So we've up that. So people are probably going to start expecting favors back and or, some kind of, was it quid pro quo? Like, to balance some of this stuff out, but I'm sure you'll eventually pay that back, right? You were involved in helping the city. It doesn't really count since of the chaos that was going on. And you were seen with Devil, who was getting blamed for a lot of it. So, not ideal. But yeah. Who is taking the lead on the journey? Why is it probably Nori? Unless
yes, I will take lead on the journey.
Unless Ignysera wants to take the lead on the getting you guys to, Dagdagathair.
Would I've been there before? Probably not.
You tell me. Would you have visited the dwarves before? Or did you spend most of your time in Brass?
It would be between Brass and the main city. Yeah, so I don't think I would, so probably, follow Nori.
Excellent.
Have you guys have been there before? Right?
I think only Riven's.
No, probably not. Yeah.
Potentially Lockhart.
Um,
It depends on Lockhart's, itinerary. His backstory slots may be getting quite chocker.
Yeah, I think that's someone else has dealt with them so far.
Yeah, I think mostly Riven took charge of the dwarves.
but to be fair, this time around at the moment, we're following a trade route anyway. So
Yeah, it's the main road
not like we're
into
going
the city.
off-piste.
Yeah. It's the same as
Yeah.
leaving Denkmark and travelling the main road up to Cascade City, right? It's the exact same. It's just in mountains, or so than the flatlands of Denk. So yeah. It's reasonably easy to follow, and you aren't trying to do it like stealthily or anything. I mean, you are just going. You just didn't want to be on a bus with somebody. So, are you messaging anybody before you leave?
I do think we should send a message to Seraphin, see if he can about the availability or at least some information. Tell him where we're heading.
Yeah, we didn't find anything about lunar blooms in the library, so
I mean,
it makes sense to ask the person that we know.
Hot, dark.
I mean, we won't hear a reply, I guess, but.
But we just tell him we're heading to the Dwarven City, and he can message us there if he has any information.
Okay, what do you want to send him? Because keep in mind, you've got him, you've got KT. Was KT's garden they were in as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying you shouldn't message Seraphin. I'm saying that the impression he gave when he said, well, if it's important, you can contact me. How important on your scale is this to her?
And I think if Lockheart is doing any messaging, it would be to KT, not Seraphin, just the way that our relationships
Oh, you're friends with KT. So
exactly.
Yeah, but it's up to you guys. You can message Seraphin. That is an option. I'm just saying that maybe would think longer about messaging him.
Yeah, I was thinking just Sir Ethan because he was tending the garden. But
yes,
as you said,
100% he was tending the garden.
So,
and I say we can speak to them both.
Mm-hmm. You could message them each. Not playing favorites.
I think it just should be clear that we're heading to the short mountains. We're heading towards the city, but we might get sidetracked.
Okay, but again, telling him just what you're up to is like a Twitter post, right? So like what? First of all, Lockhart, are you sending a message, and if so, who to?
So I think Lockhart might send a message to Katie just to say, I guess the spirit of the message would be that we're heading to the mountains for an errand. We know you are interested. We know you know about night blooms. We are looking to acquire some petals.
Root and petals.
Okay. We're looking to acquire parts of light blooms. We aim to be back in Cascade City as soon as we're finished, but we also might hit up to that. Yeah, that's the spirit. Well, I can try and refine it into 30 words.
No, like that will fit into 30 words with enough. Different if you're trying to give me like War and Peace. Do you know what I mean? How is that fitting into a 30 word thing? But no.
I mean, Lockhart's going to use the 30 words.
Oh, 100%.
It will be all of them, but.
Okay. So, is Nori sending a message? And if so, who?
I think I would have just been talked out of it. The minute I mentioned Seraphin, and that's more a Riven.
Riven's not here to talk you out of it, though.
Challenge. Correct, I know, but
Nori's got all the agency of Nori.
that...
So if you think Nori would message Seraphin,
yes,
then you would message them, right? Like, keep in mind you've got Chris player thoughts and Nori goblin thoughts.
I know. Nori would chance it.
Yeah, right. Why not?
Yeah. So same sort of message.
Yo, bruv.
To Seraphin. Yeah. I know you said it's not important. Only if it was important. We are sensitive on this. So, and you're the only person we know that has any information on There.
Lunar blooms.
So I'm going to do a re-roll, a depletion roll on the light scale ring.
Yeah, that's what I was
Let's
about to ask. So we just.
Yep. Just know your deals. Amazing. So, for Kalli's benefit, artifacts in this game sometimes have depletion rolls depending on their scale, I guess. And when you use the artifact for its purpose, it then depletion roll, which means that was its last use before it needs recharged. So it still works for the thing you want it to do, but it just means that you'll need to find some way of getting it refreshed, which are quite tricky. For example, the book suggests making the entire item. And that's what the crafting rules side of it say. I would say find a high-level wizard and ask them to fix your toy. So,
or somebody that's in its own zone.
I mean, Pride could have upgraded all of the rings for you, right? Pride would have happily done you a nice favour if you had been willing to trust the craft of Pride.
Does that also break its light ability?
No. Light one's separate entirely. So the rings also work as basically torches as well. And these were gifts from Queen Vermi to the party. It's just that we're down to 2 members of the party that currently have them. Technically, Hannah is with you and will have hers as well. Narratively excused. They do have theirs. And obviously Nori isn't depleted, but it was close.
Yeah.
It was close.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the risk factor of messaging Siri thing, isn't it? Just everyone else is a D10, for him it's a D2.
Yeah.
But yeah. So you get a reply back, Lockhart. And obviously we know the nature of these messages, that you know who's the one behind the message itself. Saying, does he know your first name? Like, you introduced yourself as Lockhart, you never introduced yourself as Dourf, did you?
He's that pompous, he would have.
Yeah, there's a good chance I would have.
Yeah. So yeah.
I couldn't say off the top of my head, but there's no reason.
I don't remember enough, but I think he would have. I think they would have happily done that, because I feel like maybe he even were coming that level of I think he knew the party. So yeah, Lockhart, dearest, it's been far too long. Getting all the cadence of all that, and it's psychic message back to you. It says, "You write with such formality and not warmth. When are we meeting for lunch?" That's what you get back. So absolutely nothing about what you asked. Just
yeah.
Katie is former Mayor Comte Threem, who his friends can call him KT. He's played by Lawrence Wellenbowen if the budget.
Oh yeah.
So that's that particular character. But yes, there is no immediate reply for Nori. It's not to say they reply, just that none as immediate as KT's reply was.
But this is assuming that they have some way of contacting us.
Well, they definitely messaged, and KT messaged you, but KT has some level of magic, as you said, learned from past arcs. You're not really sure what they can do, but they seem to be messaging seems within their capability at least. They are 600 odd years old, so they've learned a bunch of stuff. Do you know what I mean? We know they're strong physically, so.
As soon as I get my thing repaired, then
you're still in the city. Burn out another contact. Who else can you hit up? You could always ask.
If I find that woman's cat.
I mean, yeah. An entire side. Sorry, guys. I know we're going to leave on this expedition. What if we just spent maybe a week searching the entire city to find a cat?
I have faith Nori could bash that out in an hour.
Give me a description.
It has 4 legs.
Yeah, exactly.
So
You had an image. You seen her cat by psychically, so you describe her. I'll go looking.
Weirdly, she doesn't think in words. She only thinks in pictures. How do I hear a picture? No. Anyway, so yeah. Anything else that we're doing in Cascade City before we leave? If you can think of a contact to burn out, you can burn out a contact to try and get your ring patched up, but these are expensive processes. The people that come to mind are people obviously in the Arcanatrix that are willing to do you guys favours, which is the most common place to recharge stuff like this. Or you
that's we're currently paying off a favour to the Arcanatrix.
Yep.
So
you just rack up a couple of more ones. They're very. I mean, they're not tier 9 favours like the one you're paying off, because that's what you're paying off is a 9th level favour, 10 level world. This is super duper rare stuff that you're paying back. Hence why it's such an elaborate quest that you just wouldn't have done for the sake of like a level 3 magic ring that you've got. Again, people that could do it in a heartbeat, any of the devils could fix that in a heartbeat.
I will keep it as a thing that I want to do, but I think Katie does want to talk, and that probably means I want to do it, but it doesn't seem like it's an urgent.
And they just happily have lunch with you.
You would have to just hopefully with me and not at for.
I'm
not the main.
You heard the message. You interpret that how you will. But you're not Elven, and we know they have a sweet tooth for Elven blood.
Yeah, and we know Myr'ra has taste, but sometimes they just take what they can.
The other thing, Kalli, as well, is the party were waiting for like a meeting with him, and two like Elven girls left, kind of giggling and jingling a bag of money, with clearly bite marks on their necks. So, as I said, he was a very liked mayor, and he seems to get really drunk off Elven blood. So yeah,
Okay.
it was his blood of choice. But he does seem to fairly compensate people, because with the spare budget he got when he fired all of the town guards and just hired Serithe, and it left a lot in the budget for other such ventures. And he did try and set up a school as well. Or a brothel. He put, he put the vote to the public.
Either or.
Yeah.
What they wanted.
But then Queen Loudon shut it down. Like, you can't have my old manor. Can't turn it into a school or brothel. It's my family home. But we know that it was Pride that shut that down.
Right, yes.
So yeah, Katie's very liked as a mayor. Sadly, he just wasn't like to stay mayor again. As I said, when Queen Loudon was technically ousted and Queen of Verme stepped in, everything was revamped, and it was like, no pun intended. And it's like, so, you've been mayor for far too many terms consecutively. Please go somewhere else. We're sorry. Also, why the fuck do you spend all your time here in this sunny town?
Yeah, I think we're ready to go.
All good,
yeah.
all good. Yeah, good. Anything Falkwin's doing? Very quiet, Falkwin.
Yeah, I'm dying over here. Well, I'm fine. Just a bit sleepy. Nothing comes to mind.
Okay. Good enough. So, anything else Sandale wants to do? Are we good to go? Just call before we all get on horses. I think we're all good.
You go.
Okay. So,
We're all good, yeah.
Nori, you're navigating. Give us a roll. Also, I like your suggestion in the chat for the rename. Pride's Fall becoming Queen's Rise is quite nice.
What am I going to roll here?
You tell me, what's your skills?
I'm going to use navigation.
It's probably
I'm not going to use any bonus. Difficulty unknown.
You can. And it's not particularly to follow a road.
I'll believe it's unknown. Effort to roll. I'm not going to use any effort. Oh, that's it.
So that's a 7 that you rolled technically.
Yeah.
That beats a difficulty 2. Pretty good. As I said, it's not particularly
This is where we
difficult.
turn the map upside down. Like...
Yep. So, wait a minute. I always thought it was to the east. Why does this say it's to the west? And when did the ocean move? But yeah. So after a bit of a stop and start, maybe just making sure everything's, like any family trip anywhere, where it's always a bit of a faff at the beginning. And then we'll get there when we get there. Levels of convo. And negotiating with Aluben to actually store gear. Really? Die. And why is there a perfectly good pack wheel there and not using it? Like, well... like, have you told Hannah, like, Myr'ra, why you brought the pack meal? Is that something you are, like, massaging?
Yeah, that's... Yeah, that's... We wouldn't bring that up to no. Sure. We wouldn't want to upset her, so
yeah,
no.
Okay, well, I won't mention it to Hannah then. I'll just describe the scene as you all left with horses and a pack mule, and you all stored things in Aluben's garage, and we'll just see if any of those pieces fall into place.
Yeah.
I'm happy with that.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we know how much she has to kill something, doesn't she?
Yeah. She basically just basically just has to eat something. I think pretty much basically like a kill of some kind.
Can we have just like an ant farm or something? Like it's a kill.
Sadly, the ants in this world are the size of trucks, though. That's the problem.
I'm okay with this.
But yes, so obviously it's not maybe the fastest you could probably have went across this road. Maybe a lot of it's because you're probably more used to being clandestine, so going along the road's a bit weird. Also, like the sheer amount of like traffic on the road is normal for a main road, but obviously you're kind of used to being like, normally we're up to shenanigans, so feel very observed on the road. Obviously stopping to camp and stuff is usually in groups of already set up campsites that are there with people stopped as well. So yeah, obviously it takes quite a few days to get to like the actual mountains themselves. I'm assuming the first place you wanted to... I mean, are you stopping at the Two Circles Monastery? Or are you just going to go straight for Dagda Kathir?
I always thought it would be prudent, if it was just one of the stops along the way.
Yeah,
it's that much off the...
I think so.
Yeah, it's not particularly...
Knowing that this is the home of Jet as well, I
Yep.
think we would go and see if he's around, just as a courtesy.
So, yeah, you get to like the monastery, you can like hitch up, and again, like every stereotypical image probably in your heads is probably accurate. This place looks like, and there's like a couple of people out like sweeping. It's all kind of carved out of the side of the mountain. Nothing looks like it's been brought in really. A lot of the place is carved, just like a lot of it's stone carvings. It's not quite the brutalism of dwarves, because a lot of the dwarven structures on the top of the mountains all like brutalist designs. Like a mix between brutalism and cubism, I guess, is what the dwarven styles are. Whereas here it's a bit more just like, we needed steps, so we carved steps. We didn't think too much about it. A lot of them are worn down over time, based on the fact that people have came and went from this place. The whole point of being a member of the Monastery of the Two Circles is to go out and change the world in some way. So, obviously, pilgrimages are quite a big deal for this. The person in charge does have a name. See if I've got that written down somewhere. Give me 2 seconds to consult the fancy book. see, assuming that's probably who you'd want to talk to. Too many PC. I don't think I put their name in the document. Put the document as well in case that's. Scan people. Oh no, I did. Brother Kogayo. So yeah, head of the monastery, Brother Kogayo. On that NPC document, but it is also there. Brother Kogayo. So, much older man, seems quite fit for his like apparent physical age. His skin seemed quite like sun weathered, I guess. Has that almost lipless smile. Passive lipless smile it's got. Just seems to be watching a bunch of people like sweeping, as I said, the kind of steps to the place, as if not necessarily like watching them, but just like eyes closed, feeling the breeze on his face, kind of like nose in the air, just in the moment. And as you approach, there's some like people that obviously come to meet you, ask you various questions and such. They say, "Oh, if you're here, to visit, to speak with Brother Kogayo, they have to let you in. Basically, they have to admit you." So you've got your horses and bait hitched up. Luckily, Hannah's not here to roll any dice, so they can't roll a 1, which is handy. Imagine she just ate the monastery. Then, sorry, Jet.
I'm sure it'd be a balanced meal.
Balanced diet, yeah. Terrible. It's more damage, but more pun points. Really racking them up. But yes, like one of the acolytes runs up to the Brother Kogayo on the steps. They're like, doesn't know if they should interrupt his moment of basking in the breeze, and after like 30 seconds, kind of gets his attention. Kind of just looks down, and blinks a couple of times, and then listens to what the guy is saying to him. Oh, Kalli.
It was so horrid that.
Oh no, not blinking. But yeah, so we've got that happened. He then seems to like acknowledge and then just like grip the guy's shoulder, assuringly, like pats his shoulder as the guy runs off up the stairs back into the monastery itself, and then kind of looking around. Clearly, you are the only people here, right? That are like outsiders. He's looking around as if who could it be, and then like kind of zeroes in, guys. Starts like walking down the steps, and you can tell now that he's a bit closer, and you can see his feet and stuff. He's barefoot. Like they look like they were very nice robes once, right? This isn't like a guy in very simple gear or anything. It's a guy in fairly nice looking stuff that's just maybe 50 years older, should be. So he's obviously liked whatever he had. Has worn it to death. And he gets closer and smiles. He says, "Day's blessings, travelers. What brings you to the 2 circles? The monastery of the 2 circles?"
And well met to you. Well, we are just a group on the way into the short mountains, and for a short time we travelled with someone who spent a lot of time here, and they indicated that it might be somewhere where one could find some rest and perhaps a little bit of balance of mind in these times of or following some difficulty.
And just difficult times. Are you chasing them or running from them?
Oh, I'm sure they'll find us one way or the other. There was a bit of a difficulty in Cascade City recently.
Just like not sagely.
Hopefully, we would just be here for a short, short spell and then.
Is there like a
continue.
counter on the top of the screen where we just have how many times Lockhart says short? We're in the short mountains for a short time, shortly.
It's fine. He's not a dwarf.
No, he just looks human. But yes, so Brother Kagayo says, all those who travel are welcome to seek refuge here. We just simply ask that you leave us as you find us. Bringing in trouble, ill-advised. And just like, again, sagely. It's like an awkward pause where you go to speak, and as soon as you go to speak, he speaks. If you have travelled with our numbers, then you should be somewhat familiar with customs. I love that you flash back to like whatever Jet has taught you from the, and it's nothing other than I fucked up with some lizards across the sea, and also tea is bitchin'. I think that's all you've learned.
We're not all familiar with Jet.
No,
right?
no.
Falkwin's never met this
You have
person
never
for
met
sure.
Jet. No, you would remember.
Jet was
was a bit like a monk played by Keanu Reeves, but kind of, because it was Scott playing that, it was also Keanu Reeves, both from The Matrix, but also from Bill and Ted. So,
right.
So yeah, if you can imagine that, you can imagine Jet. Where he would go on a big ramble that you're like, where are you going with this, Scott? Then weirdly, then you think, that made sense and I don't like it. It's like philosophical ramble. Yeah. That was Jet. And also very capable in combat, could punch people, or just tell them to think better about your life choices before a guy threw a punch at him and the guy ran away. So, yeah. Pacifist until had to throw a fist, I guess. That was your primer on Jet. And obviously he may have come up in conversation with the gang, because Jet had a lot of business with the Saurians across the sea, and considering the Rakishan involvement, because Rakishans killed a whole bunch of Saurians, and it was Jet's fault for like rallying them. That might have come up in conversation during the whole Rakishan visit to Cascade Say. So there might have been passing mention of Jet for Falkwin's benefit. Probably less so for Kalli's benefit. So yes. So yeah, he just obviously nods sagely and says, you know, you must be familiar with our customs, and just seems to like, that seems to be his sentence. He doesn't seem to be like expecting you to list the customs. Just kind of goes back to like feeling the breeze.
Probably nod sagely and then.
And as you do that, like, he nods sagely, but his eyes are closed and like feeling the wind, but he does reply with the nod.
The other guy that sort of first sort of seen us.
Yeah, so he went up to obviously introduce you guys to Brother Kagayo, and then was told by Brother Kagayo something, and he ran up inside the monastery itself.
So we go that way?
Yeah, I mean,
that's how I would suggest it. And I supposed to do something different.
I like that you say this around obviously Brother Kagayo, and he's still just standing there, just like, they'll deal with themselves. Everything's in hand. So yeah, I guess you just head up the stairs to the monastery and head in. And mostly you pass a lot of people that are dressed very familiar to Jet. Lots of various coloured robes of things, usually in like faded orange. And yeah, they just seem to be doing exactly what you'd expect people to be doing in an old monastery. Various rituals of some kind, various chores of some kind, training, etc. As you just randomly, I mean, you get the occasional looks, but for the most part, they're disciplined enough not to be gawking at you guys, right? if you cross paths with anyone, they'll like acknowledge you and stuff. It's not like you're walking through a ghost town. Again, though, pretty much everything's carved out of stone. Like very simple objects, so things like stools might just be slabs of stone as like sitting plates, as it were, rather than, you know, chairs or whatever. And then, yeah, like you head through an area where you can spot that first guy he's met. He acknowledges you guys and says, Brother Kogayo said I was to see to any of your... Are you hungry?
We would be happy to join you. If you're
He puts his hand and goes, I am fasting currently, but I will see to your needs if you are.
We would gratefully accept the hospitality. If there's anything we can do to help in its preparation.
And then he hands you a broom.
I hand it to Nori.
And then he gestures and says, the meal will be ready in an hour. Points to like a cupboard. There will be more brooms there. The main hall does need swept. And then just acknowledges it and like heads back towards clearly the kitchen area. He has gestured vaguely towards wherever the main hall was. So yeah.
I do as told, and I go and get another broom.
Yep.
And start dutifully sweeping.
Yep. And yeah,
Lockheart probably waits to see if everyone else gets a broom, and if there's any left, then grab one as well.
You can guarantee there'll be one left. And yeah, definitely. Falkwin?
Also hungry, yes. Willing to sing for my supper.
Yep.
Or sweep for my supper, of course.
I was just wondering if you're going to ask Aliben to sweep.
No, I'm not that mean.
Oh, yeah.
She'll likely be more like I don't know what you call it, but when you're in a boat race and there's the person sort of yelling,
like the
pull,
pacekeeper,
pull,
basically.
pull.
Like that
Yeah.
kind of person.
They're called cogs.
They're called what? Sorry.
Cogs.
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 Cogs. Oxen.
Yes.
Captain of the goat. But yes, she will like. So Aliben will like if you interact with her in any place, she'll just say the stonework is quite unique given our proximity to the dwarves. It's surprising that the design influences never influenced this monastery.
Perhaps this monastery's been here longer than the dwarves.
She seems to like think about that perspective as if thought of it that way. It seems like ponder a bit. It would be interesting if we could find that answer out. But I don't imagine we wish to spend a lot of time here.
Do the history of occupation in these mountains interest you particularly?
Do they not? You
suppose.
It like nods as if, yeah, curiosity is okay. Like kind of, yeah, you should want to know things. On her face, she says, "No specialist interest, no, just curiosity. The again proximity to the dwarves would expect more influence. It is possibly testament to their discipline that it hasn't influenced them."
I mean, once you build the building, you have the building. It's not as though we're right in a dwarven city, you know. They might not have been dwarven craftsmen who built this place.
Not all can carve so well out of stone. It's quite an impressive skill set. She just seems kind of like taking in, like she clearly likes the fact that she's clearly never been here before, right? The impression that this is new and interesting. It's like her bracelet never made it that high up the mountains.
Yeah, somewhere a bit different.
Carried off by an Avaraptor. So yeah. So she just seems to be quite like taking in the surroundings, enjoying it, while you guys are sweeping. obviously, I guess you guys can hear Falkwin's side of the conversation. I forget how Falkwin interacts with Elven.
I think we've established that Falkwin speaks out loud and that they can't hear Aluben as long as she's not manifested.
Yeah. And when she is manifested, she looks very windswept to everybody. It's for Kalli's benefit. And windswept as in you can't see features or details at all. It just looks like constantly billowing clouds or windswept clouds.
Cool.
Clearly masks her. It seems to be somewhere between some kind of like spectre and manifestation.
That was kind of just cool flavor before, but now we have surnames.
Yes, you do have surnames before, but yet none of you know them in character. It's purely player speculation, which I'm all for, as you know. So yes.
And I don't suppose we'd sweep up any feathers from some great...
Wait a minute, is that some kind of feather boa? No.
That's only on Friday nights.
Anything you want to do before you get your food, and then like basically, do you want to do anything in this monastery? Is what I'm asking. Like, what do you fancy?
I mean, conversation, I guess, just with some of the inhabitants or any other travelers that might be around.
Yeah, and
kind of like
for the most part, you don't see many other people that have been travelers, but there clearly are like one or two, and it definitely seems to be like individuals rather than groups of people that seem to have found their way here. So it's maybe that they got a bit lost, whereas you specifically came this way. Whereas other people have maybe tried to get to, say, Ignysera or to the other way towards Cascade City, and they've maybe just went the wrong route and ended up off to the side at this monastery. Because it's pretty much at a dead end on the cliff face itself. As I said, it does seem to be halfway up, so it's a pretty good stopping point. And yeah, like the other
Nori's going to be doing what he's...
No, on you go, sorry.
Sorry. No, carry on.
I was just going to say, the acolytes seem friendly enough as well. Like, if you talk to them, they'll be polite, but a lot of them have spent a lot of time here, so they don't have much beyond monastery life to talk about. Occasionally someone might mention they're from, like, and it's various races of people as well, it's not all anyone. It's a mixed bag of races, and it's not all men, not all women, etc. You know, it's gender spectrum. So it is a mixed bunch of people. But usually the only group that's here. It does seem to be like one or two individuals. And again, they are probably two people that are travelling down from Ignysera because they're finally old enough to leave the city. They're making their way to the big capital, and they clearly got lost. So that's clearly two dwarves on spring break. That's where you're at.
I guess we might just make some idle conversation. Obviously, Lockheart would ask if Jet happened to be there, but suspect it narratively.
Yes, the person that I guess was like taking your brooms from you guys once she's finished sweeping the main hall, who like basically just wanders in to make sure you guys are okay. You ask him, and he says, "I have not seen Brother Jet for some time. He did return to his maybe 3 weeks ago, but has since left again. His pilgrimage has not been completed." And he looks, there's a lot of implied sadness with that statement. Like, ugh, our guy's not finished his pilgrim. Or pilgrimage, I should say.
Well, if he does return, that he understands that we enjoyed it the time that we had.
And he just like nods and goes, "Yes, he can be quite entertaining." Did find. And there's
He taught us a lot about the circles.
You can tell like everybody here has tattoos of a full circle and the outline of a circle, which is like the symbols for Alata, and like the light church and the night church is a full circle, and the hollow circle. They all have tattoos of them, like on their body, basically. Jet's were on his hands, but there's no uniformity to it. But Jet also fought with his hands.
I was thinking it was that sort of like love and hate
Yeah,
thing. Yeah.
very much the equivalent of that for him. So yeah, that is. It seems like people can choose where to represent that. Doesn't matter, but for the most part, anyone you've looked at, it's been visible. So it's not like they would hide it. But they are in various places. Obviously, you get your meal. You've probably done your small talk mostly at the meal as well with other people. For the most part, it seems a fairly formal, like as in like formality occasion. No, it's not like a big feast where everything's super warm or whatever. It is a case of this is where we sit down and eat, and then once we're finished, it gets cleaned up. And no,
How many hands is a dish towel?
pretty much, right? Like everybody, pitches in basically in the monastery. So yeah. So yeah, Jet doesn't seem to be here. Again, you're treated pretty indifferently while here. Like if you're willing to put in work, they'll feed you and keep you warm. I'm assuming you're staying the night, and that's about it. Heading off.
I'm just wondering if it's worth asking if they've seen any big birds recently.
It's up to you. Do you want to ask them that?
I'm just concerned it's going to offend them. Especially if it's like, we're here to kill some birds.
A religious symbol.
Yeah. So I'm just like,
well, you learned from that book that it doesn't seem like there's anyone that specifically exalts the Avaraptor. Like at least nobody that person had discovered from the books that you read.
Maybe we broach that on the morning before we're about to leave.
Okay. There's nothing else you want to do through the night, though. Then let me rephrase that. Nori, is there anything else you want to do through the night?
The monastery seems rather bereft. I don't think I would be. I'd be doing my usual. I'd be trying to look invisible and catch any tidbits of information that could come in handy later. But
do you want to give me a perception roll? We'll see if you pick up any tidbits that might come up later in a 7th story arc. What about all those octopus people that came ashore? Yeah, it's not bad, because we're adding 6 to that. Not bad at all. Yeah, nobody seems to be particularly guarded with their conversations here. Nobody seems to be super chatty either. Obviously, the people that seem to live here permanently have clearly been here a long time, and if they don't leave here, they probably have less things to talk about. So they've probably spoke the most to each other. There are people that clearly look like they're more eager to talk to like newcomers because you're new. But again, they don't have much to offer in the way of anything because they've not really been anywhere other than the ways of the monastery and maybe any particular thoughts and feelings about their pilgrimages that they want to go on. The one that you hear talking quite loudly about it, and he's being talked out of a pilgrimage idea because people pitch a pilgrimage to Brother Kogayo or whoever's in charge at the time. And then, if that seemed worthy enough, it's like, well, go balance that in the world. And somebody really wants to calm the Stormwall Island, bring peace to that, because it's an unnatural storm. The person's going, how would you even do that? Like, what are you going to do? Punch the wind. So, there's that kind of back and forth, and that's probably the most heated conversation from like the evening. Between these two people that share like a room. But considering none of these rooms have doors on them, everything's open. Except like the walls separating them. These people that share a room are just having this banter back and forth about, yeah, I want to go calm the storm wall. No, pick something easy. Basically. But it is also an excuse to not be expected back at the monastery. If your pilgrimage is kind of difficult, you're going to be away for a long time. But that is their rite of passage and the whole reason why they'd be here. Like, you can't ascend in the monastery without doing your pilgrimage. And it is literally go bring balance to the world in some way. That's the vague outline of it. Hence why Jet is quite eager to fix his mistake that he caused. Never mind fixing the world, made it more imbalanced, so he wants to balance that, then balance on top of that. So Jet has quite a lot of shame that he carries with him. Whereas this person wants to go and like basically calm a storm that we know is round that island in the middle. We kind of have suspicions as to who is on that island. Do believe that is Mal'Manus of the Black Spire, the evil spooky sorcerer man, may or may not have blinded Modestelara.
May or may not be Brannon L.
I mean, probably
Iron
is.
Root.
Yeah, probably. Based on the conversation, like, with him, kind of seems like people have dubbed this entity that has surfaced Mal'Manus without realizing it is in fact Brannon L. But that's a very, very niche piece of information in the world that you kind of only have. Nobody else really has that.
Except we believe
Yes, you believe.
Her fucking Majesty.
Modestelara, Goldleaf, yes, the Goldleaf Queen. In her radiance. First of her name. Queen of the Void Hour.
And her definite not suspiciousness at all.
I love it. Love it so much. Queen suspicious bitch.
Yeah.
I think she's fine, personally. But, yeah. Yep. So yeah, she potentially may also know what you guys know. May potentially. It's hard to say. But yeah. Anything else you want to learn from that, Chris? Because it is mostly just people.
No, I think that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless there's anything, you mentioned a couple of dwarves had got lost and found a way here in case.
Yeah, literally just, they seem like
they offer anything.
They seem just like young adult dwarfs, right, that have we're old enough to like wander off without family disapproval. So we've wandered down the mountain a bit and we've got lost. So yeah, they stopped here because this is the thing they found. And obviously you'd think we'll just keep going down the road. We'll eventually get to Cascade City. So they've pretty much just KO'd, because this is probably the furthest they've travelled from home. So that's really the only two travellers that are
fair enough.
They definitely seem like young, and maybe at the meal they were probably like sniggering and stuff to each other because of how awkward and quiet it is, and dwarven meals are much louder and friendlier. So yeah, probably a bit weird. Oh, yeah, they just went to bed themselves, KO'd. You could probably hear snoring quite loudly from them. Besides that, yeah, that's, as I said, just those other two acolytes chatting to each other about lofty goals of your pilgrimages, which is definitely like, please aim lower. Go till a field or something. Don't try and like calm a storm. Like, Jet had incredible training of the body and mind, so could do very fantastical things with his body and mind, a la a Jedi. It's unlikely those are common skills. So, yeah. While it's clear that these monks could probably handle themselves in a martial sense, any supernatural powers that they have may vary wildly, if that's even training that they get here. But there's been no signs of that, no kind of arcane elements at all here. So yeah, mostly just...
Other than the slight nod.
Yes, other than Brother Kogayo, who's probably definitely more skilled than Jet. So yes, and if there is nothing else, use, I guess, start your journey and head up the next leg. So just want to give me your next navigation roll, and we'll get you up to hopefully the capital if it all goes well, or kidnapped by Everaptor birds.
I mean,
I'm going to share this first because I probably should have used it last time.
So that is what you did use. That's just where it comes from.
That just tells you, right.
So that just gives you your skills in navigation and riding. So you have training in this already. And you rolled with training factored in. So don't worry, we covered that.
Okay, fair enough.
Like you're specialised in navigating, based on whatever your role was. So
yeah.
So
I've got trained.
Yeah, well, I don't know why it says specialized there, but oh no, sorry, trained is there. Sorry, it's not specialized. I was just reading the wrong thing because the thing was covered. Yes, sorry, Alexander, what were you saying? If we're going to
I was hoping that I could anecdote help, but that just gives you trained, and if you already are trained.
You'd need to have training in the skill to give him benefit.
Dear God. I told you I'd rather it was trees.
Yeah, wow. We're so bad. So we
You can use effort to remember.
You can use effort, and you can use XP to reroll. You can do the test again and make it one more difficult. So that's the other option. So see if something reasonably could be done again. It can be attempted a second time, but it is one level more difficult, but also you'd have to spend the resources again if you had spent resources, whereas the XP is everything, including all the resources you did expend, which is why using XP is better. If you don't have it, like, it's for example like trying to unpick a lock. Like it's like unpicking a lock. If you fail doing that reasonably, you could try again, as long as you haven't broke the lock or the lockpick. So the only thing that would happen as a retry is you'd have to spend the same amount of points again if you wanted to do everything to the same level, and it would notch up one difficulty due to, I don't know, pressure or mental blocks or whatever.
I mean, if Nori wants, someone else can have a look.
It's up to you guys.
Nori's back to holding the map up going, I'm sure I had it the right way up the first time.
Yeah, it is still intellect for navigation, so I can do some things to help. I just don't know if I can do it to help you because you're already trained at it, whereas I can make it a bit easier for me. Can I just erase Nori's memories? I
think the problem is you've maybe erased Nori's memories and that's why they don't remember where up a map goes. It's like, how would Nori know that you hadn't erased their memories? But yeah. So
we'll take this as day one roll.
This is technically what, day 2 because you're already up. Done your sleep.
Yeah.
So who's rolling? Is Nori going to give it another go, or is Lockhart going to give it?
I don't want to step on, like, this is something more in your wheelhouse than Lockhart. So if you just want to do it, and I'm happy.
I'll go again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on.
Oh, come on.
Way!
See, you had it in you.
Noise.
Suddenly I'm beginning to orientate myself in the mountains instead of in the trees.
Yeah, I think it's just, you have to kind of like replace, the mountains with like, images of like taller buildings in your head because you're used to cities. So, okay, that was a tower. That was where the Queen's bedroom was. That's the way I'm meant to go.
No, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that.
You didn't? You just thought about it?
Because it turned out it was a demon's bedroom.
I love the idea that for those 2 years, even the bedroom was possessed. Poor Queen.
That was only a rumour.
Yes.
Never proven.
Never proven. Nope, definitely weren't jailed for being in the Queen's bedroom. But yes.
No, correct.
Nobody would say such a thing. But yes, you make really good time next day, possibly because of the weird atmosphere of the monastery that kind of goes, yeah, life is worth, grabbing by the throat and making the most of. Let's go seize the day. And then off you go. And then you look at the map and go, oh my god, maps. And then you go, it's okay. And get up to, say, obviously as you're starting to approach, there's quite a lot of concentrated traffic at the top. And it seems like a lot of the kind of dwarven looking like carriages and transport seems to be willing to go various routes through mountain paths rather than just the main road. So obviously there's paths that go down into the mountains to get to the Hearthcore cities and stuff as well, since they're all really deep in the mountains. But yeah, you start to see like the towers rise up. You start to notice that some of the kind of spires at the top of the mountain aren't actually spires of the mountain. They're in fact these, again, cubism / brutalism style architecture towers that are all really tall. So lots of, it's almost like a weird cubist forest that you're looking at of these tree trunks from the distance as you get closer. And there's like glints of light from the top of all of these towers as well. As you approach, you then start to see, obviously, that they all seem to lead into quite a big, looks like a big, like, stone structure carved out, so massive big city walls, etc. Big massive gates leading into it. Lots of traffic coming and going out of this big main gate. Main gate is huge. No need to be as big as it is. Absolutely no need. It's massive. And yeah, like, people are reasonably friendly on the road. Like, if you stared at someone for longer than a second, they'd probably nod towards you. But that's more of an acknowledgement of look away. You know, like we've acknowledged each other. Now move on. As they're passing by with their wares and whatever, trade carts and such. Yeah, like you head through the main gate. There's some dwarven guards, obviously, either side the place. The place is, as I said, not quite as big as Cascade City in terms of, like, you know, absolute scope, but there's probably a lot of this that goes underground as well. And so many more spires or towers here than there are in Cascade City. As I said, when you're staring at them from like the main gate, the scope of them is insane. It's architecture that shouldn't be possible because it just all looks carved out of stone, these big tall towers. So again though, like anyone that's not familiar with brutalism or cubism, like please Google them because you'll see exactly what for these weird towers are. And
so much for short mountains.
Here's some dwarven insult for passers-by or something. Probably hear Aliben's eyes roll her garage.
I don't think Aliben likes brutalism.
Definitely not. Probably more Art Deco. Sorry, no, Art Nouveau. That's the one. Probably more Art Nouveau than Art Deco.
Or even like Gothic. Sort of like, yeah.
Art Nouveau isn't a million miles away from the curvature of a lot of Gothic stuff, though. It's just not as harsh as the Gothic lines.
Yeah, Art Nouveau is very kind of flowy, right?
But yeah, as you get in, like you're in Dagda Cathair, and it does just look like a big city, but everything's built out of, you know, very like insanely carved stone. When you're looking at like the stone, it's not just like, oh, this is a cube-shaped building. It's 2 cubes stacked on top of each other, one slightly angled to make the top floor of the building. The walls have like various like square patterns in them and such as well. Like the place is incredibly decorative. They've clearly taken a lot of pride and joy making this place look good. Dun dun dun.
Ignysera will just kind of smile at the fact that she can't see any buildings that only have high accessible doors. It's like, oh, every building has a door on the ground level. This is nice.
Yes, very much so. Definitely very different from Libratus, that has a bit of an elitist element to some of its culture with the people that fly with their wings. So yeah. And yeah, like you make it to Dagda Cathair here. The city is very busy. Just seems, it feels like a game day in a normal city, right? It's just very mobbed. But also bustling because this section of it is clearly the trade quarter, right? Because this is right at the, you know, the west gate, I guess, of the city. Just down the mountain. So, oh, I lost Chris because of his camera froze. So yes, anything you wish to do equally while here, other than taking in the brutalism that has a lot of detailing. She feels anti-brutalist.
Just find out more about birds.
Yeah, I'm just thinking if we just keep an eye on. Initially, keep an eye out, see if any of the carts
None of what you've witnessed on the way here was anything even remotely Avaraptor scaled in the sky. So that's something on the way entirely to this place.
I mean, that
We're too
fits.
busy.
But this
Yeah,
is
that fits with them.
westernmost short mountains, right? This is westernmost. They are probably further east. Out where the city is.
And like higher up, right?
Yeah.
Nesting on the peaks and so on.
And keep in mind, you're at the top of this section of the mountains. This is the top of this part of the mountains. But yeah, definitely.
Sure, but we're still like in the foothills, right?
I mean, there are only so many other parts that are higher than this. So this is pretty high. It's just this clearly has got a city protecting it from Avaraptor birds and massive towers. So yeah, as I said, all the towers seem to have like a glinting light coming off them. At the very tops.
Apologies, my volume.
That's alright. Still kind of with us.
Yep, I think I'm back.
Cool. The only thing you missed is brutalism, cubism, lots of detailing of various cube and square designs on their brutalist cubes. Big bustling trade city, very, very busy at the West Gate, which is where you are. And yeah, just feels like a game day with terms of how crowded this place is, because it's clearly the trade quarter. It's probably all you missed. There's no birds in sight. But realistically, if you were going to buy parts of an Avaraptor, they're probably in the trade quarter, which is where you just know that they probably won't be as fresh as you'd might like to be.
I think we don't need to look into that. Right? I mean, maybe if there's people selling parts, we'd be interested in where they got those parts, but maybe they'd be less interested in telling us and more interested in selling to us.
Yeah, what's that? Creating competition for ourselves?
Yeah.
These outsiders. Not a dwarf amongst them.
We just need the NPC that's got the kill the bird quest. So we can double up.
A bird stole my baby! Help! Yeah. And my tin of paint that was leaking. Thus you can track it all the way to its nest. Yeah. So, what's the plan now that you are here? Oh, bless you, Kalli. Anything, gang?
Onwards and upwards, I guess.
Is that Nori?
I was just going to say, I think it's the usual. We try and find some information and see if we can find out any local hunting grounds, any nesting grounds, and we've got to do it subtly or directly.
Yeah. So you start, like, I guess, asking around about Avaraptor birds. Do you want to give me a info gathering role of some kind? Just find out the type of people you're asking as well, the type of questions you're asking.
Yeah, this might be something I can do, but well, just for talking. And I would feel like we don't need to do this too surreptitious.
Yeah, I don't think so. Like, you're just asking about local, like, fauna, right?
And even if it was like, why? It's like for the Arcanatrix,
yeah,
they asked for helping. It's there's nothing about this that is actually secretive.
And while it's primarily dwarves here, it isn't only dwarves that are here. I mean, there are humans, there are elves, there are like dragonkin. If they're a Helborn, you probably can't tell unless they're really obviously like Helborned. So,
and we have qualified wizard and trainee from the Arcanatrix here, so it's not even just like random people.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, we're just
like
helping out.
Myr'ra can legally practice magic for money in the world.
So like, I feel like we can be fairly just open about that.
Also, if you piss her off, she'll turn into a giant bird and eat you. We're just looking for her cousins, the other birds.
So wanting to make, I mean, I was going to joke, but actually, just make sure it is legal.
It's always a good start. Yep.
I was just joking about that. Is there a legality? But actually, that's probably not a terrible thing.
It's
to
probably a
say.
very good thing to do first, yeah. So, would you like to try and find that out? Because I don't even think you would need to roll. You just ask a person that, right? What are you asking them? Is it specifically, is it illegal to hunt an Avaraptor bird, or is it illegal to hunt more vaguely? How is it you're phrasing it? Or is it a
I
different?
can't imagine the dwarves outlawing hunting.
It's unlikely.
They stereotypically love meat.
And mead.
Yes.
And I think knowing what we kind of know about dwarfs, the direct approach here. We're going hunting Avaraptors. Let's go!
And everyone goes, "Hooray!"
Exactly. Where do we go?
So, what's happening?
Yeah. So basically, just trying to see is illegal to hunt and collect things from Avaraptors.
Yeah. So you get some odd looks from the people you ask these questions to, just so like, you don't seem like the hunting type. It's like definitely the look on their face immediately. Lots of stroking of their beards, lots of like humming and awing and going, Then one guy's like very reticent to talk to you, and then clearly like his partner or wife or whoever she happens to be goes, just tell him because he's not buying anything. And then he kind of goes, oh, fine. Just seems a bit of a shame because if he gets killed, and I'm the one that told him to go. So clearly they have no faith in your ability to hunt. Because everybody needs to get, royal permission to hunt. But it's not outlawed, it's just a formality. Goes back a few centuries. Keep saying they'll change it. Never gets changed. Just need to go get permission.
And would
That
you
was
point us in
unexpected.
the direction of?
Point to the biggest cube. It's the biggest tower out of all of the ones that you can see. It seems to have, like, again, the brightest light at the top of it.
Excellent. Very helpful.
These are bright lights in daylight, by the way, just FYI. Just so as people know. And yeah, like you've basically been pointed to wherever the royal like quarter is. Clearly much further in the city based on the way these towers look. But as I said, you just know this place is big, and you knew that Cascade City was huge. So this is like the capital of Skyforge dwarves. Yeah. Does anybody want to ask anybody else for any info while you are still in like the trade quarter? So legal to hunt as long as you get permission, and permission's always given, is what that guy said. Just has to do the official have the permit.
I'm hoping we'll be able to ask someone in the office as well.
Yeah, I assume that was your plan, yeah, like head to office, go through the bureaucracy, get the permit, go on the... Do you also have a map that leads me to where they are? Yeah.
As much detail as possible, please.
Nori, anything you want to ask people? Or are you happy with the info you've gained so far?
No, I'm happy with the info we've got so far. Again, I'm still going to be ears up, listening to everything that's going on, every conversation. Hands in pockets at the moment.
Whose pockets?
But yeah, it's just my own.
Okay, good. Yep. Falkwin, anything
Everyone's
you
taught me
want to ask?
well. I've not had any threats of sky jail
Even
or
on
anything at the
vacation, I
moment.
still like the threat of Riven Sky Jail haunts Nori. Yeah, Falkwin, anything you want to gain info-wise?
Just this sky hook appearing above Nori, just
the hook of Damocles.
Every time I think of
something. It crossed my mind that it might be worth investigating if there's some branch of the Arcanatrix or some other institute of learning or knowledge here.
There will be some kind of Arcanatrix outpost here, some fashion, just like there is in Denkmark, the capital of it. Like there is definitely like an outpost that is a like pocket of Arcanatrix. Same with the Whitehall. There is also like a place for the Church of Light here, and most likely Church of Night, Night Church.
Because it strikes me that we were unable to find too much. Actually, actually no. So the Aviraptors were the topic that we did find lots of information on.
But you're not wrong in thinking that here would probably have better books on them.
Yeah,
that is a valid 100% most likely.
Yeah.
Imagine it was still was it Helgith that was here too? Like, wait a minute.
No, it's actually her sister Belagith.
Belagith.
Her dwarven half sister.
Yes.
Yeah.
Belagith. But yeah. So that is definitely something you could do. The only thing is the libraries would likely be less impressive than the Arcanatrix's main library. However, more specialized in this location. Yes. Because everybody here probably had to deal with that.
Yeah, that was the thinking. But
Dwarvish.
what do we feel like we're missing any info there?
Well, yes,
I feel like
you'd like to know about the birds that you don't already know.
Well, that's the thing.
I think when we're getting the permit, I think that's where we would ask more questions. If that's not got enough information, then we dig a little bit deeper after that.
I think I know what the reply will be if you ask that to a dwarf giving you a hunting permit. Shouldn't be trying to hunt things you don't know about.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, so I guess things like their diets, their nesting habits.
So for the most part as well, like it will be this. Like, that's probably the same stuff you'd learned, right? Territorial, aggressive, and prey, like birds of prey, right?
Sure.
So if you're trying to get its attention, it's probably very pungent meat that you want to get its attention with. Luckily, you got that donkey.
Or a pony.
So, yeah, and a pony's probably a good size meal for this. Like, that would probably, if you fed something like a pony to this bird, you're probably safe from that specific bird. Because it's probably well enough to feed that bird. Possibly enough to maybe feed a second
Should have
bird.
brought two.
So, I mean, you brought a lot more horses. So that's a thing. So you probably don't need to do too much research that way, because I feel that's stuff you'd have got from the main Arcanatrix.
Yeah.
But like specific mountains that are known to have more local stuff that would be able to get here.
Yeah.
Yeah, like maybe specific places that they've been known to be found.
Do you want to give me a roll for that? And we obviously can see that yours have swung by the Arcanatrix for that stuff as well, because that's probably quite easy to pin and do that. And again, because Myr'ra is with you guys, you just being a random student or like a random mage, isn't going to be a thing they're going to overlook, because an actual qualified wizard's with you. So that's good.
So it's a 5, I think, with Aliben's help.
Yeah. So again, pretty much all the info you'd expect. Probably a lot better detailed drawings of them. These things look vicious, like in terms of they look like if they bit you, you're losing whatever was in their jaws. They have insanely powerful like claw-looking things. The muscles on their legs look insane. They don't look like they should be able to fly if there is reinforced, as the book implies, with their hardened feathers. Probably shouldn't be able to fly, which kind of shows you how strong their wings are. So these things they're scary, very scary, very powerful physically. In terms of areas, there is definitely a section of the mountains which is further east in this city, of course. That seems to be the primary location they would nest. But if you were looking to try and isolate one, you'd want to go well clear of that. You'd want to be on the outskirts of that zone. But it's clearly labelled in the books that you find. So you probably spend several hours doing this research to get as much of this info as possible. But mostly as a case of this area is where they mostly nest. Don't go near them because they're all fighting each other. So basically don't go there because you don't want caught up in that. Just, sometimes hundreds in a fight at a time, all swarming each other, and they're massive. So you hit one with them, it'd be like getting hit by a boulder going 100 miles an hour. So
best avoided.
Basically,
was it?
Go near where they all are, but not right to where they all are, so that you've got a good chance of seeing one, but not too much of a chance of seeing 1,000.
And the notes in the book do say, because you rolled really well, the notes in the book do say that the ones you're likely to come across isolated are the ones that have maybe not done as well in the fights, and thus might be easier to take down.
Wow, useful. So based on that, I think we can probably identify some particular locations that might be strategically optimal for us to check out.
Yeah, basically not exactly where they nest, but like far
Yeah.
enough away that, you know, something might fly for a day to rest and hide, fly
Mhm.
back in or whatever, or recover.
Is
Also-
it detailed enough? Sorry.
I was going to say, you also want to make sure that if you're trying to attract them, you want it far away.
Mhm.
Because, and also, legally, you're not allowed to attract any within a certain radius of the city.
Surprise, surprise.
All sensible rules, right? Like everything that makes
Mhm.
sense is detailed there. But yeah. But the question is that probably comes up: how is this being translated for you? Do you have the Arcanatrix like librarian translating this for you? Does Falkwin speak Dwarven? I feel like I said that everyone would know their own language, and then obviously like, you know, the common tongue language, which whatever that's called in this world, I don't know. And then, I mean, depending on some vague stat, I guess like you'd need to have spent skills to get other languages, because that feels like the only fair way to balance that.
Mhm.
So unless you've got like a real reason to know Dwarven,
I guess I would have needed a translator for this. Yeah.
but that's fine. That's stuff that the Arcanatrix supply, because they know not everyday stuff. The actual Arcanatrix itself has lenses that you can use that would translate stuff within reason as well, but those all get booked out early in the morning and normally don't get returned that day, much to the librarians' distaste. So yeah, but yeah, so that was all translated for you. The person's probably put a lot of it in terms that make sense for, you know, their Denk pronunciation for Falkwin. Yeah, Aliben seems quite interested in these birds as well. Like, if the Abradak equation could be in some way influenced by whatever feathers can do, like, what's the reason why they get reinforced? Blah, blah, blah. She's musing to herself, going, like, her academic mind's away on what would it be that causes...
Do they have some innate magic that they have evolved that just sort of continually re-enhances themselves or something? Maybe that's why
they seem artificially roided out, right?
Yeah. Because after you pluck one, it sort of starts fading.
Yeah, so that's going through Aliben's mind as she's like randomly, you know, voicing her thoughts as well, because that's definitely, she's into this idea now, because she's like, well, obviously she was excited about the Abradak equation as well, but it's like, what? Yeah, let's find out what's going on. So yeah,
that's what I had a vision of when you were talking about it there, only without feathers. Bioraptors from Pitch Black.
Ah, yes. I mean, honestly, valid. Pitch Black's an amazing movie. Not sponsored, of course. But Claudia Black's in it, and Claudia Black is who I cast as. So, am they doing anything else before you want to head towards the, you know, the royal era? I'm saying cores. There are not.
I have an interest in full moons again.
Yeah, yeah. But that's Hannah's problem to deal with as a player, though. That's not our problem. I'm not going to attack you with Myr'ra unless that character's handed to me as an NPC. So just assume that she's made all the arrangements she has to for that, if that has come up. Again, that's Hannah's problem. Tactically making Hannah miss sessions might be useful, depending on timelines. So yeah. But yeah, if that's the case, like, you're just gonna like spend a lot of time in the library to get this info, pour through the books there. Lost Kalli. Perfect. So yeah, lost a lot of time to the library getting the info you got, but probably really useful info to have, because it's pretty much giving you a location where not to go, which is handy. Obviously got your gear sorted as well, And yeah, as you are like leaving the library of Canatrix, there is a small retinue of dwarven guards with some official-looking bureaucrat type giving them a whole bunch of like paperwork in his hands. He says, holds up a piece of like parchment, kind of looks at you, Lockhart. Official Dourf? Dourf. That's right, yes. Dourf.
Tis. Pleased to meet you. You are?
He does the same with, kind of like acknowledges as if, just a second, and like shuffles through the rest and holds up these parchments and stares at people. Clearly they're drawings of people. Goes through, most people here's names. And goes, yes, I am, and let me find where I wrote his name. His name goes. My name is Attendant Dorcan Inkstone, and I will be your attaché, as it were, while you are in the beautiful city of Ignysera. Come now. The royal quarters is this way. And then all the guards basically flank you guys.
This isn't going to be a quick visit.
Just looks very formal escort. Like, they're not aggressive. It does look almost ceremonial in the way they've moved, right? And it's clearly blocking the crowd. The crowd has got obviously way more interested in you guys now. But yeah, very much a case of getting escorted to the royal by an official of the crown, because you recognize all the same kind of like body language, style, language, etc. Just everything screams, it's one of me. And that's where we end that session, on that note. She's get escorted by Attendant Dorcan Inkstone. Yes, so he's made it to Ignysera, so well done everybody. Done. Actually making progress on this. He's learned loads about Avaraptor birds, which is good. So everybody gets at least an XP for that, since we definitely pushed that quite a bit. He's got some good supplies in there as well. He's also had a chat with the monks at the two circles. Good. He's avoided massive international incidents, always a plus so far. Just think that's an ongoing quest that's always good to have, based on previous
You've got
sessions.
to be disappointed.
I mean, this is true. So, yeah. That's why I involve players in my stories, right? Always the ups and downs. But yeah, I think that was obviously lots of kind of almost admin-y bits, but a lot of info gathering, which is really important when you're about to go fight a bird that can volley carriages. So, definitely. I'm excited for when everyone turns to Ignysera and be like, when are you saving us from this situation we have clearly gotten ourselves into? So yeah. And clearly some kind of plot development is happening as you are being escorted into the royal quarters officially. It's almost like you just spent enough time and asked enough questions to the right people that people went, actually there's some people here that maybe seem like someone should talk to. These don't just look like people here to trade. They're asking very specific questions. That or that guy was so worried about your ability to go hunting. He reported you, being like, I can't sleep tonight if he goes, and I've said, and then he's gone.
It's not even going to feed one of them for very long. Like, it's just
like,
a scrap.
It's literally just a waste of everybody's time.
Yeah.
Just have to.
It's animal cruelty at this point if it hunts him.
And as he's wandering off to go report you, his
All the
wife's
paperwork we'll have to do.
yeah, and his wife's just like, he didn't even buy anything. Why are you worried? So yeah. What would you like to name this session? Just put in my very most basic suggestion of Ignysera, since that's the name of the city user too. Sweep for supper. I do like that. Fetch quest. A lot of those titles, though, to be fair. It was a demon's bedroom.
I want to say it, but I also don't. And I
Okay.
feel like the way it was RP'd, it ended up being mostly false anyway, or just Falkwin having an unfair opinion based on one bad encounter.
Right.
2 words. That's a much more clever way of saying it. Yes, I like that.
Hi, that was so funny. Like, just me saying what 2 words. And I was expecting, I don't know, cold and distant or something. No, utter bitch was just so, it caught everybody off guard. It was so good.
Yeah, I was just typing that.
Yeah,
I'm obviously
I was
not
gonna.
going to write that as a title. I'm not going to put utter bitch as a YouTube title.
No, exactly. That's why I
But
just
2 words
leave
is
it.
very good.
Yeah.
But yeah, obviously, if you have any other suggestions, pop them in. Otherwise, voting. Yeah.
Well, pick 2 words as well. It's
It's pretty good. Pretty good. No. The Sword on the Last Hour feels more like a carry-on Cascade title rather than appropriate for this. But yes, 2 words is a perfect title for this one. Very evocative as well. I doubt anyone watching the session would be like, oh, what were the 2 words? They're never going to guess utter. Which is fantastic. Okay, goal-wise, as I said, I've given you XP because you have progressed. Like, you know, Myr'ra, Bronzebark's fetch quest extraordinaire. You have learned a lot about Avaraptors compared to, like, you know, the average Joe. You have got to the location that is at least a hub zone for this quest zone, as it were. You're about to obviously go to the Royal Quarter, whether he's like it or not. It's also another thing that's happening. Yeah. Anyone got any suggestions for goals? Updates to the goals list.
When you say you've given us XP,
yeah,
when and how much?
I said 1.
Did I miss that? 1. Okay, so we'll get 1.
Yeah.
Cool.
Everybody else heard that though, right? Like everybody else got that when you said that. Yeah. Cool.
I missed that.
No, that's okay. It was just to make sure that everybody else heard it as well.
Okay.
Yes, 1 XP, and that was for the fact that you learned a lot about the current project, which is get feathers from one of these birds. Here's almost everything you're up against. These things are aggressive, scary, big, strong, unnaturally so, and, you know, here's ways to maybe try and isolate one. So, loads of stuff there. So just don't then run into the massive, like, nest fight. Would be my advice.
I'm sure I could take us there.
Getting there is maybe not the problem. But yes, any other goal adjustments that we're looking to do now? Because I think there's besides this quest itself, I don't think there's much else I would say that's been done. Other than maybe going, well, we've got that random pilgrimage to help someone calm a storm. Yeah. Or why all the birds went missing 9 centuries ago in Caldera.
Yeah, I did pick up on that. It's like, oh, there's another little breadcrumb. Just
maybe the breadcrumbs would attract the birds again. So yes. Besides that, let's do some wrap-up chat then, because I'm okay with that. Kalli, do you want to start us off?
Sure. Yeah, so really enjoyed it. Again this week, starting to feel a little bit more like I know what's going on, which is nice. Yeah, that was fun. I was getting slight flashbacks when we were in the library to previous games. So I was like, don't read any books, but
and don't let any books bleed on you.
Don't let any books read me. But yeah, it was really good to get to see a bit more of the characters and see what everyone's doing. And now we have a quite a clear goal at the moment, which is nice. 100%.
Are you looking forward to basically carrying this goal from this point onwards? I think because I feel like between you and
No
Nori,
pressure.
I think it might
It's
be on
fine.
you guys. And if we get Hannah back for the next session, which hopefully we will, I feel like there's a good chance you three will maybe shine. We've had Lockhart and Falkwin get us the info to launch you three at the problem.
I mean,
Throw us at it and it'll be fine. Yeah.
we're both speakers as well. We can speak encouragement at them while they go
You
and
can
fight the
do
foe.
it!
Which one do you think's gonna survive?
I mean, in Falkland's case, the encouragement actually increases the chances of them winning
Yes.
as well.
And, I mean, depending on if they've
I actually think next time around,
Yeah.
Pony number 1 is going to be the star of the show.
Poor pony number 1.
I was going to say we should name the horse so as to remember it, but pony number
you don't
1
want to
is...
do that.
Yeah.
Don't name the horses.
I mean, we had Unos and Dos, which is our horses that we lost in Wednesday night.
So, yeah. Yep, nope, can't do it again.
And we've also had a scene with a dog in this series, so please no more getting attached.
Melon the dog. Good old Melon. But yes. So, thank you for that, Kalli. As I said, it's nice because obviously there wasn't a lot for some people, like obviously like Lockhart and Ignysera didn't have much to do last session, unfortunately. But a lot of it was just catching you both up to what had kind of really happened in the current context. So now that you're kind of in the middle of it all, and it's the reason why I think going to like a new location is always good when new players have joined, because everybody's learning at the same time. So get everything out of the familiar, into the unknown, learn some new stuff. Nice that we got to see some of the monastery. Nice that we got to see, one of the major races cities. This is the equivalent of Denkmark, the human city, or the equivalent of Cascade City for the dwarves. Yeah, fun to show you guys around this while you are here. Said some of the party have very good relations with the royalty here. At least Queen Margot is aware you guys, for the most part, do work with Riven, and are in certain social circles, like Lockhart is quite high up in social circles, etc. So it is good. And I think, Falkwin, you're from like a noble family, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, there is still respect for other people's other races and abilities at the table. The table does function reasonably well. Chris.
It's good to be back.
Yeah,
it seems strange after saying that I'm missing the first week of it, but now that this is technically week 2, but yeah, glad we're back and progressing along nicely. As Kalli said, it's good having a mission. The politics of this of the last couple of episodes is gone, so we're on a proper mission to go and collect something that is really just a quest. There's no real...
I read your feedback you all sent. I gave you a fetch quest.
Yep. Perfect. And as I said, in my feedback, I think the travelling is part of the adventure. This portal sort of stuff is just... It takes away from the game in my head. But that's just
there's
the D&D world, isn't it?
Definitely has elements of that, because I think for you, I think we spoke about it, like when you joined me in my style of GMing, joined literally as it was the longest travel section I've ever done in my GMing career, which was climbing an unkillable mountain, or an unclimbable mountain that it kills everyone that tries to climb it. An unkillable mountain is also valid, I suppose, but like varying levels of different elemental giants all the way up at and a mythical city at the top. Not bad. You did it. So I understand why your intro to D&D specifically was that. It was travel, it was danger, it was survival, it was dealing with flea bites habits. It was so many different things. It's a nice change of pace. That's why I wanted to do this particular arc as a bit of a step away from escalating political cataclysm. So yeah. It just means you've given me a whole arc to let my world develop unsupervised. So I'm loving that. Yes, thank you. Nice to have you back.
That works for me.
Good that the shenanigans are still intact as well. I did enjoy you just laughing to yourself at one point because you could just hear the ideas go through your brain. But what if I did this? Or what if this happened? Love it. So good.
We'll get there.
Yeah. Falkwin.
Yeah, that was fun. It's weird how Falkwin's background and sort of who that character is. He's a student, he's a mage, he's a scholar. It sort of requires him to be good at the things that he did today and did okay in. But his character sheet wasn't really built for any of that. He's very sort of offensive support focused for combat stuff. So I feel like not had that much to do, but it's nice to have Aluben as a kind of safety net to just be like, oh yeah, I can do this stuff, but I just need help from my special friend.
Keep in mind that it is as much as a part of your character as, say, Ignysera bears a halo of fire, right? Because it is your focus. It feels slightly more separate for you because it's another character you come with. But like, as I mentioned before, like even if Aluben doesn't like you storing stuff in, like, you know, her garage, you still get to because it's your place, right? Like, we know the meta behind it all. She just doesn't need to be happy about it. So yeah, like your character has a weird build, but I think it works for who you are in the world. It's because all of its potential, because you can start narrowing down his focus with your level ups and stuff. You can start carving in the stuff he's learning. You're going, we did this, so I'll buy a skill with my next advance, and that skill will be this thing that I did.
Yeah.
Even giving yourself researching capabilities and stuff. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's stuff you could do. But when you've got someone like Aluben, you've kind of got those skills anyway, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And speaking of, I do now have my 4th XP point, so that will get me my last tier 2 advancement.
Nice. Likewise, if you need any help, let me know.
Will do.
But yes, thanks.
Yeah. Helgith was a nice highlight early on today. That was fun.
Helgith's cool. I like Helgith. I need to make sure that Helgith is written down somewhere more obvious so I don't forget them. But yeah, we're good. And they're missing cat. Another quest! Telling you. Can't help myself. Just leave me somewhere long enough. Become a quest. That's what happens. And then, last but not least, Lockheart.
Yeah, and I think there is something about, you know, episode 2 of an arc, particularly these like short arcs that we're doing for this, where it's like you've kind of got the brief. Now it's like, how are we going to get it going? And there's something quite fun about that.
I have noticed this with my pacing of all the arcs. Is episode 1 is basically, here's everything you need to know. It's probably too much. Episode 2 is, you guys, it's more on you than on me. So episode 1's usually more heavily me. Episode 2 is more heavily you guys. Episode 3 is, oh god, the consequences of everything we've just started. And then usually some kind of like, this is happening kind of plot, depending on. That was the more political stuff, was reveal something weird going on by episode 3. It's good though. I'm liking writing the shorter arcs. It's been very different for me because I'm used to long form games that last years. So it is different. It's also why occasionally I'm like, okay, but what are you doing though? Because while chatting about this is nice, I need to move you on through a plot. It's like, suddenly we're there.
I really enjoy the format, actually, just as an aside on that, because like I mentioned earlier, I very recently had a problem where I bit off a little bit more than I could chew as far as taking on extra commitments for my free time goes. So it's nice to have things like that be sort of chunked, like, so I can know ahead of time that, yeah, this is going to be a sort of 6, 8, 12 week kind of thing, but that's the sort of
one shot
extent of it. Yeah. You know, not quite one shot, but like
shots fired, Nori.
It's more bounded. right?
Yes.
Like, I can say like, okay, I can be here for this chunk of story, and we will get some sort of conclusion, and then if life changes, then I can bow out. But it's a lot more approachable.
Well, that's it, right?
And
Because obviously
digestible.
we had that with Nat and Riven, right? Riven obviously is part of the world and always will be. Nat will, hopefully one day come back to us. But they stepped away because of life stuff. Same with Scott from earlier as well. Like stepped in, stepped out. Dylan from Arc 1 that you don't know, like stepped in and stepped out. So yeah, like it's it's why it was designed this way. It's just been nice that we've had quite consistent people because the core group has primarily stayed the same, which keeps some nice narrative journey. It's harder to world build with completely new groups each time. It would almost be a case of rinse and repeat, like quests in the same setting. Can be done and can be fun. Just it's nice for continuity. So yeah, as I said, I do like running long form games, but I've just been running a long form game divided into chapters this way, and it's working because, as I said, it's nice to hear that people like yourself obviously feel as part of this world as you should because you've been through a whole arc and you were part of a lot of things that came up in that arc. Versus when you came in, you thought, oh, these people have 2 arcs of history. I have to play catch up. Now Kalli's got 3 arcs of catch up, but technically already in session 2 feels much more like rooted in the world with the group. And a lot of that is always refresh the scenery for people. That's usually my go-to is move them to a new place, and then they all have to learn that place together. You only do that when you're keeping in the same world. You run out of places eventually. So we can only have so many new people in the game.
Just do the thing MMOs do. Once you've filled out the world map, start going to other dimensions, other planets.
It's like this is instance 2 of this city because the first instance was filled. But yes, Lockhart. Any other thoughts?
I was glad just to be like, I want to read a mind.
Yeah, nice to see again the scarier sides of Lockhart when he reveals them, and also just musing going, I could raise Nori's failure.
I did sort of. My breath did kind of catch when I heard Lockhart say he was going to try and read her mind. I was like, this is going to go badly.
And weirdly, no, it actually
went well.
Incredibly
really
well. But then he did spend 4 levels of effort on that, which is insane. But worked out well. Reading her mind was a difficulty 5. I don't mind saying that now. Hence why I'm like, you've brought it down almost enough to make it a no-roll requirement, but not quite. So you actually needed a 3 on your final roll to pass that, which is pretty good.
And I think there's been a few times you said when we've been doing some of the leveling up and character stuff, it's like, there won't always be administrative things to be doing. You won't always be having to do bureaucrat stuff. It's like, I will always find a way to do bureaucrat stuff.
And so see if players find ways to integrate what their characters are good at into a story, I'm all for that. That's good skills to have as a player, is going, I don't know what I do in this situation, but I'm good at this. How can this be relevant now? Does this help? Does it hinder? Could it be entertaining? It doesn't need to help the current plot if it's entertaining, right? Like, I don't think everyone comes here to make exact amazing progress.
This Evoraptor hasn't done its tactics. I'm so glad that Lockhart's around.
I think as a person, as a player, I have a tendency to do that, but do that exactly once. Like Falkwin very early on in the last arc figured out a way to sort of alchemy special interest Aluben into the whole shtick with the sword and finding out what it had to say, so to speak. But I would be sort of reticent to try and pull the same trick again, I guess.
Well, it depends what the context is, because see if there's another, we've got access to some level 9 reagents and we could do some alchemy bullshit, why wouldn't, right?
Sure, yeah.
Like, do you know what I mean? Like, 100%, that's your skill set, right? Because keep in mind, Aluben is your skill set. As a player, she is your skill set. She is on your character sheet. So even if she mentally has her own character sheet and some agency, that isn't stuff you should feel like is like, I mean, I would say if I felt it wasn't suitable in a scenario, how often do you hear me say that, other than saying, Nori, please don't steal things here? Or, Riven, please don't do a genocide. Like, you know? Or, Hannah, yes, do it, everything I'm teasing you with. Please, try and fall through the floor. So, yeah. Like, don't worry about leaning into what your character's good at. That's kind of the point. I mean, I would do it as a player, right? If I'm good at one thing, I'm going, guys, like, for example, my other character I'm playing in the other game, our only thing is manipulating people and talking and bullshitting and giving terrible life coaching advice because her job's a life coach for corporate bankers. So anytime we're in a situation that doesn't involve me being able to bullshit her way past an NPC, I'm like, guys, you've got this, right? Because unless we're talking to someone, I am useless. I'm rich and I can talk. That's my character's only 2 skills. So, like with that, my character is quite useless, right? So I'm like, I'm not going to jump over this roof. That's what our combat character's for. I can't punch this guy. I have no skills. I can barely drive. I have a chauffeur. Like, but I lean into that because that's who
you are Batman.
No, I'm Bruce Wayne with none of the Batman.
Bruce Wayne, yeah.
All the Batman. Sorry, none of the Batman, all the Bruce Wayne. So yeah, like I think that's completely fine to do. Don't feel like there's like an exploit or something there because you've built your character to be good. How often does... It's probably all the time I shoot down Lockhart when he says, this reminds me of a time where I could say anything and get my bonuses, and honestly, that's how vaguely worded those skills are, right? I think that was so good in terms of...
I don't think I've used it since like the first 2 episodes of the first arc.
No, you tend to talk yourself out of them. Like, yeah, like you have reasonable restraint until it comes to bells that you don't own. So, like, and that hasn't happened in this game yet, so... No, I think it's a good thing to bring up in conversation though, because obviously I don't want people to feel like they're sitting on skill sets they're not using, right? If you have a fireball spell and this problem could be solved with fireball, and you're like, oh, I used it last week, maybe twice in a row is a bit much. No, just to whom it may regard, that fireball. Because
I think Lockhart's going to start collecting pens.
Yeah, just taking them.
Is one of them going to be made of Avaraptor bones? Maybe an Avaraptor feather quill.
That would be an awesome quill to have, though, right? An Avaraptor feather quill. That'd be awesome as a...
I mean, as we were saying, Falkwin might be about to come into a bunch of random high-level reagents. We only need 5.
Yeah, like if you're...
Oh god, that's a point. That's a point. Yeah, what level is one of these feathers as a reagent?
Yeah. And do they have like a timer on them so they decrease in level per day?
That would make sense, yeah.
But still, 100% totally valid point. If you kill a full Avaraptor, use the whole Avaraptor. So, yeah. Probably a lot of people in Dagda Cather would pay a lot for that. So yeah, it could be a lot of trade coming the party's way. But then a lot of that might just be paying off the people that you have borrowed from. So... Not all of it though, definitely.
I think we've got some money to make in here because we're going to have a lot of bets against us coming back, and we'll take some of that action.
Yeah, these are net positive for the most part. Anything else, Lockhart?
Yeah, just of course, only time I've ever tried to use the ring.
Oh, love it! First use, depletion. So good. But again, you've now got a potential lunch date with KT.
Yeah.
Yeah, who doesn't love that?
I can't find out when and where until I...
And you know he's not going to reply unless you make the next move. So yeah, he's a patient man. That's fine. If that is everything, though, we need to award a point of XP, though. So who gets the point of XP this week? And for what?
I mean, I haven't... I believe the youth say it's sent me. That's what they say now. Or the...
Let me just disconnect you from the chat.
So my vote's going to Falkwin.
Okay. Anyone else got any other votes? Falkwin, what about yourself?
I was actually about to nominate Alexander Lockhart for just generally having a lot of stuff to do and being able to kind of drive us forward quite a lot with various interactions with various officials.
Alexander excels at getting all the admin part of the quest started.
Yes.
So everybody else is responsible for the doing bit. It's good.
Yeah.
Okay, nice. Chris?
For me, it would go to Lockheart just for the mind reading one, just for that one line. I just want to try and just thinking to myself, oh no. But
Just everyone clenching that little bit, going, oh, she's already got a personality
yeah.
assigned to her. And then it's just, I hope they find what they're looking for. I hope I find my cat. Kalli?
I was going to vote for Nori for doing all our navigating and helping us through lots of things and kind of prompting us to do stuff.
Yeah. I think Lockhart won that with 2 votes. So, an extra point of XP.
Yep.
Yeah.
It took a lot of restraint as we were leaving the library to be like, hope you find the cat.
I might even have got a wave or a smile if that had been the case. Yeah. Well, that is us for this week. Say goodbye, everybody. Thank you all for playing.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye,
Good night,
everybody.